Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight we have tariffs to talk about. Are you going to be ready? Are you going to be prepared? Because prices are going up this time. Automobiles and reciprocal tariffs. That's right. The stock market. What did it do today? Because everybody knows the cost of goods and services increasing means less people will be buying. And welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday Night Live Stream. Stop struggling out gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for waiting for me. Thank you so much for being here. And please share the videos because people do not understand the importance of what is going on right underneath their noses, right underneath their pocketbooks, right underneath their bank accounts and their wealth building. I'm going to say something today that is crazy. Share the videos, like always. But do you guys really know the numbers? You know, I always talk about the top 10%. Well, here's a number that is going to scare a lot of people. I'm not going to talk about America right now. I'm going to talk about the rest of the world, including 8 billion plus people. The top 10% of the wealthiest in the world own 85% of the global wealth. You heard me. 85% of the global wealth. And you want to give these guys tax cut, tax breaks, and subsidies. Okay. 15% of the population has the remaining wealth. You do understand 85% of 8 billion people is the value of over 6.5 billion people. The remaining 2.5 billion people, and I shouldn't even say 2.5 because it's not, 1.5 billion people share 15%, a little sliver. That means the other guys have 5 times as much wealth as 6.5 billion people combined. Okay, hopefully you understand the situation at hand. So when people are living paycheck to paycheck and prices are going up, that means there are going to be less people being able to build any wealth on the planet. Hopefully that starts your mind thinking. That means 1 job, 2 jobs, a household that has 3 or 4 jobs, but you need to invest because otherwise you're going to stay behind the inflation 8 ball. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Let me know what you guys got to say because, again, this is going to be very, very interesting. Felix Bandowie is in the house. He says ready. I say thank you because I'm ready all the time, but a little bit late tonight. But it's okay. The show still must go on. And welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday Night Live Stream. Thank you so much for being here. EV Place, good evening to you as well. Thank you so much for being in the house this evening. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream and our post-retirement travel. He's going worldwide now. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream as well, and he brings his tagline, just like Felix brought his tagline ready. Then EV Place said, good evening with his tagline, post-retirement says it all. Hello, all. Let's do this. And I want to hear from people today because I know you guys know better than to not take advantage of what happened on the stock market today. And sadly, or shall I say, I'm not even all broken up if the stock market goes down. That means somebody's going to have margin calls that they're going to have to deal with, those top 10 percenters. But sadly, and good for us, some of the greatest stocks on the planet are going to go down tomorrow as well. The auto tariffs of 25% are in effect. I know you guys, listen, I think this is hilarious, quite frankly. Cars are on their way out anyhow. Nobody can afford a damn $100,000 car. That's just not going to happen anymore. Who's going to do 10-year payments like they own a supercar, but they don't own a supercar? That is crazy to do. That is a liability that you do not even need to deal with. So this is the time, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you buy a vehicle that has its service records. Make sure you have a vehicle that has been well maintained and it's used. It is worth its weight in gold, especially when it's paid off free and clear. That is a great help because the price of parts from Mexico and Canada are about to go up 25%. I'm just saying. And then what's the reciprocal effects of that? When the other country puts on their tariffs as well. So if you have a business that sells outside of the US to certain territories, your prices to the other consumer on the other side of the fence is going to go up, which means you're going to have less buyers because they generally have a less economic system. They make less. That is not good for the United States, no matter how you slice it. So once again, here we are. Agree 100%, Eric. There is not other way to build wealth than investing. The earlier, the better. He's exactly right. But you know what ends up happening? I'm going to talk about that in a second because this is major. However, it's never too late. That's exactly right. I don't care if there's a person right now watching it that's 70 years old and says, hey, I have a few $100 or whatever. Yeah, that's what you need to do, ladies and gentlemen. You do that. You need to invest. You don't know how long you're going to live. If you're getting an extra 100, 200, $300 from your investments, that's better than zero because if you have anything to do in the car industry, prices are going up tomorrow. Well, actually, already today. And that's going to be a problem long term. And then whatever happens in the next week. So expect what EV Place is going to be talking about today. But let's get into build wealth than investing. Here's what's going to happen, though. See, this is where people get caught up. They say, okay, I'm not going to invest. I'm not going to do anything. Okay, that's fine. But here's now a perfect example. Over the last 6 months, what's going to happen? Prices are going to go up. And if you don't have any way to increase your revenue or increase your income, then you're stuck. So all that time that you're saying, well, I don't need to invest, I don't need to do anything. Well, see, that extra passive income that you would have coming in can offset that later. Now is later. That's the difference. Or you didn't start that business or buy into a business where you would have additional revenues coming in. That's another option you can do. But no matter what, you can't just sit there, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to do you any good to make six figures. You can sit there and say, okay, household family income's 130,000, whatever the case may be, fine. Unfortunately, the upper middle class is about to get wiped out. T minus 1 year, 8 months. T minus 1 year, 9 months. Take your pick. And it could be sooner because this keeps escalating. So once again, think about what you see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, because he's giving you keys to the kingdom. The earlier the better. However, it's never too late. Today, I backed up the truck and bought some more SPY and QQQ. There we go. Smart man. This is what we've been saying, ladies and gentlemen. This is the times that you build wealth when the stock market's going down. This is when you're supposed to sit there and look at your accounts and say, hey, what's my dollar cost average on this? Okay, if it's close or below, today is another day to pick up a few more pieces of wealth. That's what you do, even if it's just a half of a, like an SPY or QQQ, even if it's one, it doesn't matter. You need to invest because the only people who's going to be winning this race is being part of the 85% club. Not saying that you can get 85% of the wealth, but hey, you'll get 0.0003, 0.0001. You have some. So when they're making that market go up, you have exposure. You're sitting there saying, well, hey, my investments are rising too because they get to move the market. They control 85% of the global wealth. Everything is catered toward money and resources and assets. Do not be confused. Liabilities need to be removed. Liabilities are for the poor because you want to look good based on liabilities. The other guys say, we don't care how we look because we have assets that are working where you can't see them quietly, unknown, and they get to sleep. You, on the other hand, have to worry about announcements today talking about 25% tariffs on the autos coming in from Canada and Mexico. And when you don't know the numbers, then you don't know how dire it is. Well, you know me. I like to give you guys the numbers. You know you can hit the Google and check it out. Do your own research. But I'm not going to give you stray numbers. Check out this number. 70% of the vehicles from Canada and Mexico imported to the United States dealerships are sold in America. 70% of the about 5 million cars a year is sold in the United States. What does that tell you, ladies and gentlemen? That means the price is going up for parts, for cars, and also those countries make parts. They make a lot of stuff that goes on cars. Can you imagine now what you already pay ridiculous prices for parts for these new and now used cars going up a fourth? When if somebody says, well, yeah, you know, you need a new light and that light's like $350. You're like, for the right assembly by itself? Yes. How much for the install? But now 25% more means 500, 525. And you guys think that's cool. I don't, but this is what's going to happen. And so now you are sitting there watching yourself get dripped away, slowly bleeding because you're going to be stubborn. You're going to say, well, I don't know enough about stocks. I don't know enough about real estate. I don't know enough. Always excuses. I'm just going to put my head down and just work one job now, two jobs later. And then by the time I'm 50, 60, or 70, you know, in America, they're an assault on Social Security, your pensions, anything that has money sitting somewhere by the people. The top 10% who control 85% of the global wealth, they've been trying to snatch these trillions of dollars from us. They're calling your Social Security an entitlement. Like you're entitled, like you didn't earn it when all the money you've been working for, whether you work 20 years, whether you work 40, whether you work 50, you've been putting into your Social Security fund. And that could be stripped. Think about how serious this will be if people are missing $1,500, $2,000, $2,500, $3,000 Social Security checks. Imagine how it would be if people are missing that same numbers in pension funds. Imagine how much it would be if home prices keep escalating, which they cannot because you're not going to have enough buyers. But the point is, you could be in dire straits if you don't start thinking investment right now is important. And also, if you say, Eric, I can't invest in the United States, then I'm going to tell you, by God, you better be finding something outside of the United States. Just listen up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. He gave you some clues. SPYQQQ, that's on tap today. And EV Place, he done gave you another clue because I was going to ask, did anybody jump in on the NVDY today? Or are you going to jump in tomorrow or after hours? Because you know it's going down tomorrow for sure. Because when the reciprocal tariffs are announced by the other countries, that's another reason I believe the stock market will go down tomorrow. So you should be in buy mode at least for the next 2 or 3 days, today, tomorrow, and the next day, because there's going to be either some reciprocal or there's going to be somebody that's going to say uncle and go, oh, hold on, we'll extend it. We didn't mean it. Hold on. But watch what happens. Either way, the damage is already done. But is it really done? Not really in my book, because like post-retirement travel said, and EV Place is doing, he did a very good thing today. I've got a few NVDY today. They are on sale now. He's exactly right. Because we're talking about Yield Max ETF. Yield Max ETFs does option income strategy trading in their ETFs. So when Nvidia goes down like this by $3, $4, $5, $6 in a day, NVDY is because they're doing option incomes from the NVDA stock. So that means a lot more people are bailing, a lot more people are betting on the downside, a lot more people are making transactions while it's dropping, hoping it'll go back up tomorrow, the next day. But all those fees that people have to pay, Yomax ETFs, NVDY, actually gives out the option premium incomes that's generated from that. So does that mean 50 cents a share? Does that mean 75 cents a share? Does that mean $1 per share in the next payout? Who knows? But we like ups and downs. And if you understand how this stuff works, you are loving that the administration is doing this crazy nonsense, because all those people who did not have a chance to invest, if the stock market would have risen and your stock prices would have been higher, then you would have a higher stock price and a lower yield. With this yo-yo effect, you can buy in at a lower price and get a higher yield from the dividends that are given to you every month, like NVDY, or every week, like YMAG and YMAX and IWMY, WDTE. I know it's crazy, right? You gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love it. And this holds true for everybody. All of them, the MSTY, MicroStrategy with Bitcoin, same thing happens. All of these, Tesla, TSLY, all of these do the same thing for option income. Man, here we go. Just information for the group. If you haven't signed into your Social Security account dashboard, you need to do so and verify your identity. Deadline is 15th of April, I believe. Very important. I didn't know about that. They were starting to do something about that. That's very interesting. I'm gonna have to do some research on this. I didn't know they were messing with this. That if people didn't sign in, they're somehow gonna mess with you. But I'm not gonna put it past them, because let's just face it. A lot of people don't realize that our federal government has already siphoned off some Social Security funds. There's an IOU to put money back, but they never will, because we're starting to talk about billions and trillions of dollars. So they're not going to put it back. So that's why there's a situation of needing to tax more to get that fully funded for the future. And that's why we're fearing that our grandkids and great grandkids will not have a Social Security. And if you don't have Social Security, oh my God, that could be like what, 40 to 70 million people that would also be further at risk of nothing, because not everybody has a pension and Social Security. That's the other thing. And if they get rid of Medicare and things of that nature, now all of a sudden you have a whole nation that's ill, sick, can't go and get any medical care. Now you're going to have can you, this cracks me up about America. This kills me. How do you be a superpower and you have people dying at a high rate? You're not number one on the longevity of life. You're not in the top 5. You're not in the top 5 for anything. This is what's so damning. People are like, how do you operate thinking you're thinking in your own mind that you're better than you are? Education, you're barely top 50. If I think we're 56 or 53, in fact, in the world. So that's no longer a thing. We used to be in the top 5, top 2 in the world way back when. But this is what we're dealing with right now. There's like we have somebody doing sleeper cell stuff, trying to ruin America from the inside out. And it's worked. It's been working. All right. Deadline coming up is right. All right. Post-retirement travel also says at EV Place, agree, NVDY is on sale. That's correct. I looked at it today. Dividends were lower than last month, but that's okay. It's free money anyway. Exactly. That does not matter. PLTY is on fire, of course. Their trades also 533. Damn. I don't have PLTY, by the way, but that's cool. Per share, insane. That's what we like. This is why PLTY, MSTY, all of these, TSLY, all of these, NVDY should have better dividends next month. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All of them. I did my homework. Exactly. Who's that? I missed it. Free money anyway. PLTY is on fire. Yes. EV Place. I have PLTY and MSTY. I did my homework from Eric Lives. Thank you, EV Place. Hey, thanks to all the people here, Mr. Dividend, post-retirement travel, everybody that's investing in YieldMax ETFs. I'm very happy you're going along for the ride because MSTY, what dividend they gave this past month. You know what PLTY dividend just mentioned, $5.33. That's insane right there. That's crazy. That's real crazy. In fact, I can't use my phone. I got to get some of that right now. This is crazy. Yes, sir. Everyone needs to make an account with the Social Security Administration government site and create a login account. Everyone needs to do it, even if you aren't Social Security age yet. Man, this is crazy what you're saying right now with that. That is crazy, scary at the same time. Okay, first of all, I always say this, people don't realize where they live. Do you guys understand there is no internet for 100% of the population? There's still like 30% of the population that lives in rural areas that does not have internet. There's people who still can't get internet inside of America. So this thing that they're doing, if you have to log in, they're about to eliminate millions of people they can't log in. They don't even know nothing about it. What, you think the newspapers are somehow going to start being news again? And again, you have to buy newspapers. So again, it has to get to you. And if you live in a rural environment, you don't know nothing about this. You're going to get to 62 years old, 63, 65, and they're going to say, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am. You didn't sign in 2020, 2025. 2026. So you know what? Every person that didn't sign in, we can't find your account. Come to our offices, and they're like, well, we live up in the mountains of Wyoming, Idaho, Utah. They're like, you got to come down to the Social Security office, bring your birth certificate. And they're like, what birth certificate? Wait, I'm 60 some years old. I don't know where my birth certificate is. Oh, go down to the office and get your live birth certificate. But hold on, I got it. I sent it. We don't accept it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. This is something that is happening out here, and it's unbelievable. Do not think that the government is going to be here to protect you, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody in our government is coming to save you. Let's just cut the crap. All right? You're not going to have universal health care. You're no longer going to be doing this universal education like they were trying to do in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That's cut the crap. It's over. Like I said 5.5 years ago, I told you guys the middle class is going to be wiped out. Now, everybody else, upper middle class, is about to be wiped. So now the top 15% are the only ones that's going to be here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be bad. It's going to be very, very, very bad. Okay. It looks like my prophecy is coming true once again, unfortunately. But hey, I warned you guys, and I like EV Place was listening. A lot of people because of post-retirement travel, Mr. Dividends, Joe Nay, and everybody else, Brian P., everybody else contributing to some stock potential picks and tips. Hey, it works for everybody, ladies and gentlemen. You have to do your own due diligence. You have to study. But I'm telling you right now, the alarm bells are going off. We are about to be screwed over. IRS was designed when only 5% of people lived that long to use it. Exactly. I don't expect anything from them. I need to take care of it myself. EV Place, that is the mindset that you will need. Unfortunately, Americans are entitled. They're used to things in their life and they say, oh, no worries, I'll get it, until they realize it's not coming. But if it's not coming, they never plan, so it's too late. And that's exactly the mindset that you need, EV Place. Exactly. That's what the SSN Nation has been about. Stop struggling now. The whole journey for the last 5.5 years, we were talking about investments. We were talking about credit. We were talking about everything that was going to be needed. Now it's stressed out. I'm stressed out because now I know everybody that's been here and been listening, they know what to do. But man, we got half. We have literally over 200 million people that are going to be in jeopardy in about the next 1 year and 8, 9 months or sooner. But I think it's going to be 1 year, 8, 9 months because the Federal Reserve should be cutting interest rates sometime starting after, let's see, January, February, March, April, May, June. That's the second quarter. June, July, August. Okay, somewhere in June, July, and August, they're going to reduce the interest rate. September, October, November, December. Well, actually, it's October, November, December. Somewhere between October, November, December, probably December, they're going to cut the interest rate again. So there's going to be some sort of euphoria. People are going to act stupid, buy liabilities, and then they're going to keep reducing it slowly but surely and mark that as the economy's going great. Except you're going to be paying more money, so therefore you're going to get more credit. So then you're buying liabilities on credit. So now your interest rates are going to be whatever, 20%, 30%, 25%. I mean, it'll be crazy. You can see you're going to be in a matrix. So tariffs, there's going to be more tariffs, by the way. Joe Nay is in the house. Another investor is here that's been doing his investment strategies. What's good, everybody? I hope everybody is well. He brings his tagline and welcome Joe Nay to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. All right. We got the stars in the house tonight. Yes. Here we go. This new identity verification with the Social Security requires you to switch from your computer to mobile phone and provide digital copies of your license and then verify via digital codes. You want to know something? Listen, this is so funny, so messed up. It's incredible. My whole life, I've been putting down my birthday, July 14th, right? I got in touch with Social Security by phone because I couldn't get verified. Everything kept messing up. I said, hey, what's going on? They're like, oh, let's verify you. I give them my birth date. They listen. Give them my full name. They listen. Then they say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bird, we can't verify you. I go, what are you talking about right now? She goes, your birthday's not correct. I was like, excuse me? What are you talking about right now? My birthday's not correct. They're like, we have July 15th as your birthday. I said, how's this possible? I said, you know what's weird? I guess when my mom did her will and I was executor, I guess whoever did the will told her to get my birth certificate stuff, right? So there was, when we're cleaning up the house, because my mom passed away, in case you don't know, 2 years ago, and I find this envelope with Eric's birth certificate, and I'm like, how did she have that? I thought I had all of them, including the French one. So I'm sitting there like, this is weird. I open it up. Sure enough, July 15th. I'm like, how is this possible? After all these years, Social Security Administration says I'm born on July 15th. My birth certificate says July 14th. And I can't get verified. I have to go down to the Social Security office with my birth certificate. Good thing I'm in Cali, because now I have to go get my birth certificate. This is crazy right now. And how many people actually have their birth certificates? Really? Can you imagine if I had to go down to a state office and get a birth certificate and the birth certificate has a bit different birth date on it? How do I have a passport that says July 14th? That has to go through federal. This is crazy right now. This is why I'm telling you, you don't know where you guys live. No different than a third world country. Explain how I go through year after year after year, 50 plus years. And they're sitting there going, hey, you can't verify because your birth date's wrong. So my passport's wrong. My driver's license from several states have been all wrong. I'm like, my renewal of my passport's been wrong. I'm like, what are you guys talking about right now? The Social Security, that's been, I'm like, when I work at places, I put in my Social Security number and I put my birth date down. That's been wrong. Funny thing, the IRS never showed up on the audit and go, hey, this can't be you. This is the wrong birth date. They never said nothing. The IRS never said nothing. Oh, this is hilarious. Unemployment never said nothing. When they're paying out some unemployment payouts, they never said nothing. I mean, this is crazy right now. Crazy when you think about it. So, yeah, I would suggest that that's a great suggestion, because that is the funniest stuff. And post-retirement travel is very correct. Yep, exactly. If you aren't good with your computer and mobile, you'll have to go to the Social Security office in person and prepare to spend a whole day in line. Exactly. Exactly. That's what they told me. If you were born on July 14th, it's news to us. I'm like, all my documents, my whole life, it said July 14th. So when they did background checks, I mean, like, so my background check comes back and it didn't say, oh, hey, something's wrong. This is supposed to be July 15th, not July 14th. I mean, so when was it that my birth date is supposedly July 15th? All of a sudden with the Social Security Administration. Nobody else my whole life. No employer. No government agencies. This is crazy. No state agencies. No federal agencies. Nothing. I'm like, this is so funny to me. But right now they go, oh yeah, by the time, check this out. They did say when you qualify for Medicare, I don't know when I qualified for Medicare, but they said you should do this before you qualify for Medicare, because if your birthdays don't match, you can't get Medicare. I was like, oh my God, are you guys, this is crazy. This is what I'm saying. Every time I turn around, I always find out how weak our system really is. I mean, this is crazy. It's real crazy right now. All right. Um, yeah, EV place, they're trying to cut out people 200 plus years old and more from taking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's good. Oh, that's good, man. Oh, that's good. Hey, if somebody if somebody really was living 200 years, that would be a record. If somebody was living 150 years in this day and age, show them. Show them. I want to see them. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh, oh man. 125 in America. I don't even think the oldest person in America is 125 right now. But let's see the one or two people. Go to their house. I want to see these people. Oh man. The EV place. I'm sorry, man. Oh, that's a joke to me. Oh, it's hilarious to me. Basically, our Social Security system is based on COBOL. I used to write COBOL, and oh, sheesh, oh man, I'm having, oh my God, the program, um, by default puts in like puts in like 100, 125, 150 years. So a person could have passed away, but COBOL puts in, because of the way that it was coded, it actually. That's hilarious. Oh man. Oh man, that's funny, man. I'm in tears. See, this is what happens when you don't have people that know what our systems are designed on. People are slowly dying, and you have new people that don't know the programming language that was built like 50, 60 years ago. And so, as you have these guys who are now probably 70 years old, yeah, there's a few people. And then there's some other people a little bit younger, like myself, who do COBOL, and you understand the COBOL language and how it works. By default, it does certain numbers. And so the people may not be alive, and they ain't 200 or 150 years old either. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh man, I'm like Fred Sanford right now. Elizabeth, Elizabeth, I might be coming. That is funny stuff right there. Oh, that's funny stuff. I want them to produce these people. Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh, another recommendation for everyone for post-retirement travel. Make sure you're checking your W-2 earnings at end of the year and ensure this matches what your Social Security dashboard shows. Don't leave money on the table. He's saying everything that has happened in my Social Security adventure. Everything. They're like, oh, we don't show you made money in this year, like 20 years ago and stuff. I'm like, what are you saying right there? Oh, don't you have a W-2 somewhere? I'm like, are you serious right now from 1990 something? Or what are you saying? I was like, is this a joke right now? They're like, oh, yeah, bring us in your documentation and this, that, and the other. Literally, I'm missing 10 years. 10 years. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a thing. Just what he's saying right now. The W-2 earnings doesn't match. Earnings don't match. I'm like, is this a joke right now? You're joking. So the Social Security IRS that you pay into is showing you didn't earn on these dates. I'm missing like 10 years. I'm like, this is incredible. I'm like, and they're like, oh, sure, you're gonna have something in the 90s, right? You're gonna have something in like 2005-ish, 4-ish, and stuff like that. I'm like, what are you saying? I said, you know what though? I said, you guys are funny. Because I've been into situations with the federal government, this, that, and the other before. You're damn right I got my IRS stuff. You're damn right I have all my stuff. It's in storage, but I have all my stuff. I have stuff from 40 years ago because of the government pulling crap like this 40 years ago. All right. I'm saying, this is how they operate. This is why I have my point of view. Because the government has done this to me before. When the banking crisis came, and then they said, oh, Eric, there's some reason that messed up with the mortgage. You need to give us the mortgage. Savings and loans went out of business. I'm trying to get them. But back then, savings and loans, they used to send you you could call up and say, send me a copy of the mortgage payment. But when they go out of business, you can't send a copy. That's why from that point on, I always kept records of every damn thing. Everything. 40 years. That's right. Everything, ladies and gentlemen. I got my hands on it. I ever had to do any interaction with government, state agencies, I still have it. So they can't pull this garbage right here. So I said, oh, that's very cute. So now I'm going to have to bring my birth certificate in and my IRS taxes. I was like, this is incredible. I was like, how bad a system do we have? And not only that, my employer is paying into payroll taxes. I'm like, what do you, he said, is this a joke right now? So when they're paying in for the payroll taxes, my social security taxes, you guys are acting like it doesn't exist. So their payment doesn't exist, my payment doesn't exist. So in effect, that siphons off social security money, giving it to somebody else. You see what they're doing? You get the playbook yet? All right, enough. Now maybe people start seeing what I'm talking about. DV Place, he got me cracking up on that 200. He got me cracking up. Oh, oh, yes, they found a bunch of people over 150 years olds receiving benefits. Hey, man, I'm telling you. No, it has to do with COBOL, man. It's not how it works. The code for COBOL automatically generates 150 when a person's gone. They are not receiving checks, man. I'll put it this way. Did they show proof? No, they won't. There's no proof. They're just telling you some BS because they got 20-something-year-olds who don't know how COBOL's written. So when they saw this, they just go, oh, yeah, somebody's 150 years old still receiving checks. Okay, produce me one person. Give me one piece of proof. It's not happening. It's because of the way it's coded in COBOL. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my God. They're pulling the wolves over people's eyes. No, they're not. They're not over. These people fought at Gettysburg during the Civil War. They fought. Oh, okay. A baby, uh, uh, um, uh, yes, that could happen. The reason why a baby could be in the Social Security system is if a mother passes away while she's having a child, the child does receive Social Security benefits. My daughter's mom passed away when she was like 7 or 8 years old. So that means that she received Social Security benefits. Well, I received because she was under 16, whatever, 18 or whatever. Okay. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. She was under 18, so they obviously had to issue the Social Security benefits into my name as I was her only guardian, right? So yeah, that's possible. Seriously, that's doable. Yeah. So my daughter had Social Security at 8 years old. So Social Security benefits at 8 years old. Yes, this is possible. And vice versa. If whichever parent passes away, then the child could get Social Security benefits. This is very true. So again, that's a thing. That's not like illegal. That happens. I don't know why. I'm like, show me proof. Jonay, I'm looking at all the stuff down and checking it twice. I do not plan to travel back to the States. Oh man, you better be checking all your Social Security that post retirement is telling you. You need to check like yesterday. Make sure, because if they start telling you stuff like me, oh, we don't have records of you for this 2 years, and we don't have records of you for that 5 years. We don't. I'm like, hold on, man. You're talking crazy right now. You're talking crazy. So yeah, and again, Social Security has my date of birth, July 15th, not July 14th. That's on my birth certificate for my whole life. Like I said, background checks, jobs, everybody, IRS, everybody, every government agency, passports, everything. I had a passport when I was a kid coming back from France. Somehow, I'm like, this is crazy to me. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So that's why you can't really go by when somebody says, oh, yeah, like they'll say right now, they could say, oh, yeah, we found this guy who is born on a different date and he's receiving Social Security benefits. They could say that, right? All kind of crazy, man. All kind of crazy. Wow. All kind. Yeah, you better double check, like you said, Joe Nay. Exactly. If all that ends up with 5K. Oh man. Hey, EB Place, man, stop it. You're being a comedian tonight for me. This is hilarious. Okay, okay. $36 trillion in debt. So let's play this proper. EV Place, you owe the loan shark $1 million. You start going around telling people, hey man, I found 5,000 here. I found 10,000 here. I found 20,000 here. It's going to save us a whole bunch of money. And then you roll into the loan shark and be like, look, I saved you $500,000. I think you need to give me another $1 million, another 5 Gs. I need some money from you, man. I saved you all this money, but come on, man. This is killing me, man. This is killing me. So, United States government has $36 trillion deficit. Number one. Number two, they can't even pay the annual interest yearly anymore, owed on the deficit. So now all of a sudden they're gonna blink and they're gonna give 200 million people $5,000 checks. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Oh, this is comedy. Oh, this is comedy. Oh my God, this is comedy. And oh, by the way, what's even worse comedy is if they did issue those 5K checks, um, who's gonna pay for it? Taxpayer. Who's gonna pay? Okay, I'm laughing a lot because this is funny. You better have a business so you can do some tax write-offs because somebody's going to be paying into IRS for them 5K checks, which will never come. That is hilarious. In fact, I need to do some mathematics. Let me do something real quick. I want to see what 5,000. What's 5,000 times? Oh, I mean, what's 5,000 times 50 million? I want to see what that number is. That looks like that's a million, so that's a billion. Okay, so for every 50 million people, that's $250 billion. So 200 million people is 1 trillion. Okay, so you can only give 200 million people $5,000. That's 1 trillion. And the United States government can't even pay their interest. That is 1 trillion. But they're going to give people $5,000. Come on, man. This is why I always love math, because it don't make sense. It don't make sense. That ain't happening. Cannot happen. Forget about it. It's all talk, just so they can manipulate you into. We couldn't get the eggs down like we said. Manipulate you into, oh, all these people on Social Security are making extra money. We got to cut it. So don't worry about it. We're going to give you money. Wait, you don't have any money to give me. So all this is smoke and mirrors. So people will be like, oh, you can cut people's Social Security. You can cut people's medical. You can cut people's insurance and Medicare because we're going to give you a little check that you, the taxpayers, are going to have to pay back anyhow. This is smoke and mirrors by the finest, and I can't believe people are falling for this. This is crazy. That is not a thing. Can't do it. Can't be done. Mathematically impossible. Post-retirement travel. Are you planning to do your own USA taxes yourself? Or do you have an accountant here in the USA? As you know, Uncle Sam will follow you until death. Ridiculous. Uh, yeah. Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. All right. Uncle Sam will follow you is true, unfortunately. I have an accountant, but it doesn't matter. Uncle Sam still hunts, regardless if you have an accountant or not. But an accountant, I've known people who had an accountant who supposed when the IRS comes knocking, they're supposed to go by. They sign the your tax return that they did it, and then all of a sudden When the IRS came knocking, these people were like, because the accountant knows that he's going to have to spend time, free time, right? Because he's there, you're being audited, you have an irregularity, then he signed the statement that he did it, he comes in. These accountants don't want to have nothing to do with this. I've had a few friends whose accountants got them in trouble. Not really trouble. The IRS says, hey, we need to talk to you about your tax returns. There's something we don't really like. And the accountant was like, I'm not going. And one even gave up his CPA license and everything, said, nah, I ain't doing it. Leaving him holding the bag, having to go to find a new account or somebody to represent. It was crazy. Yeah, this is a thing. This is a thing. This is a thing. It's a thing, ladies and gentlemen. I've always been my own accountant. Again, I love the IRS. I have no problem with that. IRS calls me up and says, Eric, we're going to audit you. I'm like, oh, I'll be at your offices tomorrow. And the lady, when I showed up, because I was audited twice. When I showed up, the lady's like, this is a first. We just called you yesterday and you said you'll be here tomorrow. You showed up an hour before time. She goes, this is a first. I've never had, out of all my 20 years in the IRS, I've never had somebody say, I'll see you tomorrow. I said, you're damn right. I've been in with the federal government for years. I already know your guys' playbooks. Yeah, I know your playbooks. I have paperwork and I stand on it. So if you have anything to say, they're like, oh yeah, Mr. Bird, you got way too much. You went over your limit on what you can take away off your business stuff, off of this, that, and the other. I said, oh, really? I said, nice. That's a good thing. So you want to talk about this right now? Because I got my paperwork. Oh, no, Mr. Bird. We got to schedule you. If you have other people, can you come back in 7 days? I said, I'll tell you what. Not only will I come back in 7 days, but if somebody calls in to cancel, I'll take that appointment. They're like, oh, my. I'm like, you're damn right, oh, my. So now I come back in. This is another story I should have told on Friday night. I go back into the IRS, Watt Avenue, Sacramento, IRS. And they go, I'm sorry, so I start knocking down all their stuff going, well, you can't take this many, what do you call that? Dependents, right? Well, my daughter has older sisters. And so since I live with them, I take care of them. I pay the rents. I do all that. I put them down as a dependent. And as you guys know, you get like 1,000 or 1,500, whatever it is, per off. They're going, I'm sorry. They're not your biologicals. I said, oh, you messed up. They're like, what? I said, oh, they don't have to be. I take care of them. And the rent is in the place is in my name. The condo's in my name. Everything's in my name. All the bills are in my name. So what's the problem? They're like, hold up. Wait a minute. I need to go see my supervisor. I said, yep. Can you wait right here, Mr. Bird, for about 15, 20 minutes? I said, yes, I can. They come back. They say, I'll be damned. In the IRS rule book, it says that you can actually have them as dependents because you are doing school. You're doing exactly. Oh, my. Oh, but by the way, because I always put a poison pill in my taxes, by the way, since we're doing this, I actually didn't take off about another $10,000 of expenses. And you guys owe me like 6 G's. She's like, wait, what? I said, yeah, I just like putting in the poison pills because I know how the federal government works. So I figured if you mess with me, then I'll actually just break it out. And now you can cut me a check for 6 G's. And they're just like, no way. I'm like, yeah, I think you're going to need to have me back next week. And they're like, oh, shit. I'm like, well, what I'm saying, they didn't say that, but you can see the wheels are like, this dude's kind of cocky. He's talking smack, and he ain't scared. And I'm like, no, I've been involved with federal government ever since I've been 20s. You guys trying to jack me. So no, I'm not scared. I was like, so they're like, come back, have the meeting. They go, Mr. Bird, you are absolutely correct. We'll be cutting you a check for $6,400. I said, thank you very much. So then they let 2, 3 years go by. Then all of a sudden, they have something in the mail. Oh, we're going to audit you again. I'm like, hey, you guys still at Watt Avenue? Yes, I'll be there tomorrow. Oh, no, Mr. Bird, you gotta make an appointment. You gotta just, hey, wait a minute. You guys have that new you can stand in line system last time I was there. I can actually take a number. I can actually come down there right now. They're like, uh, yeah, that's unusual. You have the paperwork? It's same old song and dance. Yes, I do. It's in my office. I'll be down today. So then after that IRS audit, they were like, oh no, we can't take no more of these L's. Because that IRS audit, they owed me like 2,500 after they messed with me. I said, you guys owe me $2,500 more. And so I got another check. That was the last time I got an IRS audit. They said, nah, I don't think we need to mess with this guy no more. I'm like, I'll be down there regardless. Does anyone know of an accountant in Southwest Florida? Tamara Larry is in the house, another investor. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. I'm sure we might have some helpful people here tonight. Accountant in Southwest Florida. I'm trying to think. When we had to do the probate, I didn't need an accountant for that. I'm trying to think, did I need an accountant in Florida anytime recently? Did you say Southwest Florida? Um, no. I mean, no. I'm not going to recommend you to somebody in Southwest Florida. I used to have my office and business there, but uh, that I can't recommend. I'm not going to recommend because I didn't deal with them. Somebody else did. But hopefully, somebody here tonight can help out Tamara Larry with an accountant in Southwest Florida. Southwest Florida is like Naples, is like Fort Myers, is like Sarasota. Well, I don't know if that's considered Southwest, but nonetheless, that would be Southwest Florida. Lehigh Acres, places like that is Southwest Florida. All right, so hopefully that helps somebody out. Yes, Fort Myers. Exactly, that's Southwest Florida. No, because it had to do with a friend of a friend that was doing a restaurant equipment business. We had a falling out, so I didn't know their accountant. I'm trying to think if there's another accountant in the area that I might know, but no, not off the top of my head. Actually, hold on. Oh man, who was that? I might. I just forgot about that guy. Did my insurance. Trying to think. Was there somebody that did accounting for my Bird's restaurant equipment? I can't remember. I think there was, but I think it was insurance and accounting, and I think he left their office. But I can check. I'll check. Yeah, she says that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry I had to break out. EV was cracking me up with the 200-year-old people and all that stuff and the 5K from a government that can't even pay its interest on their deficit is somehow going to pay money out in the trillions to give people 5K back. Meanwhile, these guys are robbing people blind. Like a third. Okay, I won't get into it, man. This is just this guy. I can't even talk about it right now because it's. I'll just say one thing, and then how do I have a guy who says all this stuff is happening, no proof, and then says, "Oh yeah, it's all good. I got a $38 million government contract incoming." I'm just like, this is insane right now. Oh, I saved and cut some money. Give me my 38 million. Oh man, that's too much for me. Too much for me. Oh, the man, the world's richest guy, by the way, right? He's sitting there slashing stuff. You don't need school supplies. You don't need teachers. You don't need health care. Hell, Department of Education with my buddy, just cut that stuff. You guys don't need free lunch. You don't need books. You don't need nothing. Just forget about it. Meanwhile, I need that contract, taxpayers. You guys going to pay for it. Give me my contract. Give us a Hey, buddies, give me a contract. Will you please? Yeah, thank you. Don't cut my stuff, though. Hold on. Don't cut my billions in subsidies every year. Hold on now. We can't do that. Don't do that now. This is crazy. Oh, crazy talk. Let's be sensible out here, ladies and gentlemen. We out here trying to help people, and these guys out here trying to do nothing but talk crap. It's a hole in the wall. When you have $1 trillion a year that you owe on your deficit, and you can't pay your deficit down, and you can't pay your interest, you're a third world country. And the prices are about to show that. And that's why prices have to go up, because just like what's about to happen in DR, they're going to be at, like I told you guys 6 months ago, they're not only going to be at 59 to 1, which it was at the time, it's going to be 60, 61, 62, 63 to 1. And so that's what I need. That's what you guys need to understand. America doesn't have, it's going up just like if you're in the DR, the same thing where the dollar value is decreasing, the same thing happens in America by prices, because we don't have a 10 to 1 ratio. If we had a 10 to 1, then you would know, because then it would be like, oh, it's 15 to 1. You would know when your government owes a lot of money, because your dollar, your peso, your yuan would increase to the overall world currency. So there would be no dispute. You wouldn't be able to hide it. So America, by rights, should be somewhere like 75 or 100 to 1 against the world currency. Because if you start going down the lines and you tell people your country cannot pay its debt unless they give bonds, but because you have world currency and you're America, your bonds can still hold weight. But if you're in DR, your bonds do not hold weight. They would be like 90 some cents, 75 cents. That's what all they'd be worth. That's the only reason America can keep doing this BS game of charades with the economic system, and how the wealthy are going to keep owning everything unless you get in on the wealth train, ladies and gentlemen. Eric, I need to get a trust. Yes, you do, man. Mandatory. I hear wills don't mean anything to the government. You are exactly right. If I'm not around, exactly. You are exactly right. It's not because of that. Well, okay, it is because of that. What it means is, so everybody understands, a will is detrimental to your family, because a will means you have to go through probate with the state. Okay, I shouldn't say you have to, but how it works is a person like post-retirement travel, Joe Nay, Tamara Larry, Brian P., you have family and you have siblings. When a member of your family passes away, it depends on what your state laws are. Some pieces of the family could actually have rights, inherent rights, not rights from a will, but rights from the state. So now when you say, hey, I have 3 kids and I'm going to split everything in the will 3 ways, guess what? What if the same person had another child from a previous marriage? They can contest the will, because in the state, that other sibling has rights to the estate of the parent. Each of you, well, some of you are going to have to spend $5,000 to $10,000 with lawyers automatically. So now all of a sudden, 2, 3 people have to get lawyers. That's 15 grand out the window, plus wait time and courts and filings and sending each other paperwork. Hey, you need to sign this. Do you agree to that? Da, da, da. Meanwhile, it's going to be split anyhow. Meanwhile, the court costs could rise. So now You're going to come to, well, sell everything, sell whatever property, pieces, whatever. Now the court's involved. They get a piece. Your lawyers get a piece because now you're going to owe 20, 30, 40, 50 G's while you're fighting over it because of a will. A trust, insurance, and a banking account bypasses probate because you already have beneficiaries. So they automatically bypass probate. Any real estate holdings, such as post-retirement travel has, if he has them before he passes away, depending on the laws, look, I know Georgia laws are whack. So all I know is two people are married. Those two people could buy whatever property, real estate, whatever they want. But if one of them pass away, the heirs of that individual person can get up to 63% of the value of real estate. Now, I don't know every state's like that, but when I found out about this state of, I'm not in Georgia right now, but in the state of Georgia, I was like, are you kidding me right now? Two people literally married for 20, 30, 40 years, buys property, buys home, one passes away. The children of the person that passed away can get up to 63% of their half. I was like blown away. I said, no wonder James Brown, who's from Georgia, who had multiple kids, were coming in out of woodwork trying to get DNA because they'd get part of his estate, rightfully so. All of them can get up to 63%. His wife only gets 37%. Can't lose no more than 37%. It's either she gets 37% or more. But now, let's say for the sake of argument, you're 75, 80 years old. You don't have a job. So now you're living off of whatever's was coming in. Now all of a sudden you have a place that's worth, let's just say 500 grand. And now you got to give up $300,000 on a place that's free and clear to get rid of the siblings, or you have to sell the place. And now where are you going to live? And you got to split that 60% with the siblings and you keep 40, let's say, it ends up being, right? This actually happened to a person that lived across the street from my dad about 10 to 15 years ago. A lady and this guy was married for about 25 years. The whole time, the man never said nothing about a child. The child was from a previous relationship that lived in Cali. The guy shows up at the front door, dump, 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 and he says, I'm his son. And she's like, what? She's thinking this is some sort of, misunderstanding. She's like, what are you talking about? We've been married for like 25, 30 years. He never said anything about his son. He produced docs. This woman's 75 to 80 years old. She had to give him 60% of the house value. Can you believe that crap? She had to get a second or a first or whatever, a loan on the house to pay him off. Now she has a loan on her house and she's like 75 to 80 years old. Unbelievable. And now people don't understand why you should not have a will. You should have a trust. A trust would have bypassed this. If he would have had a trust, the trust would have said, this is our revocable trust. The house is free and clear. It goes to my wife. Simple. He would have knocked on the door. There's no probate. Sorry, you're out of luck. And the cars out front, you don't get none of them because they're in a trust. Everything stays at the trust level. It doesn't go through probate. So that's how you transfer title. And also, if you transfer real estate in a trust, your taxes that you pay, your property taxes that you pay every year, it stays at that level instead of rebooting. So in other words, a house that you would have bought 30 years ago could have been 90 grand, right? Now, if you change title through probate and the house is worth 400 grand, guess what? The tax rate just jumped up to the 400,000 minus whatever the assessor says. So let's just call it 300,000 at 1%. Instead of you paying $1,200, now you are now going to pay over $3,000 for your taxes every year because it resets when you have a will and probate, but it does not reset when you have a trust. It's still valued at the lower rate that your parents were paying for the house. That's why you do trust, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Don't worry. We're going to have somebody coming on talking about trust here. Hopefully, I was hoping it was going to be sometime now, like the end of March, but I don't know. We're going to find out. Wait. Yes. All right. Here we go. Well, my other son, Eric, coming with me to the DR in May. They all have their own. All right, Tamara, Larry, I see you working out there. You too going to need to trust if you keep this up. Y'all gonna need to trust with your family tree that you're working with. I see you out there. I'm very, very proud to hear what you're doing, trying to make sure your family's all hooked up in case anything happens to you. That's awesome. Wait, 63%? Are you kidding me? So that son or daughter from a previous marriage can get more than the actual spouse? Yes, post-retirement travel. I wish I had my, you can Google it. You'll be shocked. When I found this out, I didn't know nothing about it, right? Because in California, it doesn't work like that. So when I heard this, I was like, no wonder people lose their properties because there's no other way. You're not going to be 67 years old and your house is worth 400,000 or 500,000 and it's free and clear. And somebody walks in and goes, "Oh, okay, I'll be nice. Give me 50%." Now you're supposed to have $250,000 that you're supposed to offload to them to keep your same house that you had to pay freaking 200,000 for. I'm like, this isn't. Think about it. You bought a house for 100,000. The house is worth 400,000 right now. You paid the 400,000 with your spouse. Some relative kid comes and says, "Give me my." I'll use nice. I'll say 50%. I'll be nice. 50%. Not only did you pay the 400,000, now you got to give the kid 200,000. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, what planet does this make sense? That's crazy to me, right? So this is one of those things that you have to be concerned with, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of states are like this, by the way. They have these hidden things that you don't even think make sense. And that also means you're going to lose properties. You're going to lose. People go, "Well, how did our family lose all this stuff?" Well, now you know how they lose all this stuff. All right. Yes, man. This is in Georgia. Georgia has that, and I'm pretty sure other southern states probably have it. And it doesn't matter, southern states. A lot of states have that. Because remember, who gets to pick up the pieces? The rich people get to siphon off the court system, who are the judges, who are the lawyers, who's involved in the court systems. They preview this stuff. They get to see it. They're like, "Oh, man, these guys are in an argument. They have to pay their lawyers like 40 grand. And now they're arguing over this percentage and they're going to have to sell the house. Now, who do you think is going to be at the steps when they put it up for sale to pay people off? The people that are there, the rich guys. They're saying, "Oh, we'll give you, 10, 20% less if you guys want to do this during probate." Now everybody's like, "Oh, I owe money in probate. Cool. I'll take this money." And that's how they get a lot of minorities properties in places like Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, in the South, because that's how they get one or two members of the family. They go to them and they do things like, "Hey, man, that property, those 10 acres you guys have, it's worth like a few $1,000,000, but you're going to have to split it amongst your whole family, which is 10 people. So, each one of you guys are going to get like, $100,000. We'll give you $200,000. And they're going, "Why would you give me 200,000?" He doesn't realize the reason why they're going to do that is because they're going to tell him, "You do a partition. You force them to sell. And we're going to tell you, we know it's worth $1,000,000, but we're going to give your family $800,000. Just go see them right now. Go tell them we'll give them $800,000 for this whole property." Now the family is like, "No, this is our family for 2 centuries, ever since 1830. But no, all it takes is one to say, yeah, I'll take your 200,000 and do a partition to force them to sell. Now he has money for the attorneys. Now he has money to force them to sell. Now they're pissed. And now the rich guys who are about to change those 10 acres into a development that's going to garner them something like $20 million to $30 million. They have all the everything. Even if the people say, well, give us a mill, they're still going to do it. But they're still going to try and whittle it down to make sure that these guys don't get that much money because they're going to owe their lawyers and attorneys a couple $100,000 between all them family members. So they know that 10 to 15, 20% of what they're going to get is going to be gone to attorneys. And the attorneys are going to be with the wealthy dudes because, you know, most of the time minority groups don't have attorneys on standby. And so generally they could be friends or whatever. But, you know, this is what happens. This is what happens in America. Like I said, I study history. I know what's happening. You guys don't understand how there's a lot of places that does this. All right. So just remember, that's why you need a trust. Don't play around. Make sure if you have a bank, insurance, make sure you have your beneficiary on there. So, you know, and let the beneficiaries know that you're on there. I had a situation in our family. My sister's co-executor. She didn't give me the will when our mother passed away. She didn't give me any insurance, bank account, nothing information. You know what probate did? Oh, you guys can work it out. I'm like, what do you mean work it out? She won't give up any of the info. I don't know my mom's 3 or 4 bank accounts. I know one. I know 2, but she closed the second one that I know of. So I don't know the other 2 or 3. She does. I don't know who the beneficiaries really were or if she changed it. She had power of attorney. Same thing. So now I go, who has the insurance? Mom had insurance. So who gets the insurance? Oh, the beneficiary knows who it is. I'm like, it's all 3 of us. Our mother would never just give it to one person, one of the siblings. She wouldn't, to this day, she's never told me. She won't tell me, and probate can't force her because the insurance company knows who the beneficiary is and apparently gave it to her. Or we don't know who it is, but we can't fight it. So now you think that that's going to sit well with me? No, it's not. Didn't sit well with me, didn't sit well with my brother. But for her, she knew what it was, who it went to. She probably changed it since she had power of attorney. She probably changed it to her for all we know. We don't know. So all that kind of thing comes up when probate comes up. All that could have been eliminated. Because in a trust, you could have said, I have insurance. Here's the beneficiary. This is who it goes to. This is who this goes to. You could line it out so everybody knows. It's not a damn secret. Make it easy on the family if you're trying to leave stuff to them. All right, post-retirement to Joe Nate, 12% fixed in pesos for how long? The problem is the currency fluctuation. Yes, exactly. I agree with this too. I'm not dealing with peso stuff because right now I look for the sell price for, I'll use Dominican peso. The sell price, Dominican today said $63. Post-retirement travel, when you go over there, and Joe Nay, I don't know if you're over there right now, but if you guys go over there, let me know if it's now 63 to 1. 63 Dominican pesos to $1. That in just 1 year went up 4. It was 59 to 1 last year. Then it was at the end of the year like 60. No, I mean, it was 58, 59 beginning of the year, like in January, almost a year ago. Then it seems like every 2 or 3 months it goes up 1 peso to the dollar because they had to borrow total of 600 million. And now who can pay it back? Taxpayers can't. They didn't do the tax reform. I told you guys there's going to be fallout from this. And it said sell is 63 point something, which means it could potentially be 63 to 1 right now. I know it's 62 already. So it could be up to 63, just like it's planned. And this year they're going to have to borrow some more money so they could find themselves in the DR at 65 to 1. Do you not realize that property values to buy is going to rise and to build is going to rise? That means things are going to cost more. So you're going to find yourself in situations where now 2-bedroom condos are 230 grand, which is crazy. You used to be able to buy a whole villa for that. And at least it's 2,000 square feet. Now I don't know what you can buy. A villa is probably 350 now, 400 for just a regular one. This is getting ridiculous, and that's the problem. They don't have world currency like the United States. Otherwise, they'd be screwed, or they wouldn't be screwed. All right, but that's what's happening. Yeah, I'm not putting 12% in any DOP or Mexican peso or any of these fluctuation in currencies because that's not a true 12%. Just like right now, in just 1 year, if it's 63 to 1, that means the peso went up 4 Dominican pesos to $1 in just 1 year. So that, and it was 59. So you can put 4, 6 goes into 4 almost 7 times. That's 60% increase. So in reality, you can tell somebody, hey, we'll give you 20%. But if my currency devalues at 60%, I'm actually going backwards. That's not going upward. That's not forward. I'm not earning 12% in reality versus the dollar. I'm actually going to end up losing money. But anyhow, at Joe Nay at Post Retirement Travel, I went through the VA for assistance. They gave me several options that are free. Yeah, Joe Nay was over there working it, ladies and gentlemen. He was doing the damn thing. He was doing the damn thing. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, Larry, I'm telling you, Joe Nay, 5 years with no penalty if paid off by 3 years. Are we talking about loans? Hold on. Are you talking about loans? Let me see. 12% fixed. Oh, you are talking about loans. You're not talking about savings. You're talking about loans. Oh, 12% is pretty high. But hold on. I want to hear this one, though. 5 years, yes, with no penalty if paid off by 3 years. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, post-retirement travel says at Joe Nay, VA for the loan in DR. I don't think you can do that. I worked the math. Let's see what he says. He says, I worked the math. Pesos is cheaper. Could be. Could be if we're talking loans. I thought you were talking savings. But if you're saying loan is in pesos, I don't know. I have to think about that one. Is anyone else waiting for Blue Marlin, Los Corrales? Another 2 buildings are scheduled for April or May. Blue Marlin? Oh, man. Yeah, I had a nice time with the developers of Blue Marlin. The one that's in Los Corrales, the first set. I mean, they were cool. I don't know how they ultimately turned out when people moved in, though. But their prices were right. EV Place, could you buy at the Blue Marlin? That would be awesome. Is anyone else? I don't know. I don't know too many people that own at Blue Marlin. But I'm pretty sure they're going to be done because they've been one of the companies that generally have theirs done on time. So let me know if they are true to form like they were in 2023. Correction, 4.7 for 5 years fixed. Joe Nick, now that sounds about right because USD was actually less, right? USD was less, 14.2 for 5 years fixed, 14.75, 15 years fixed. Forget all that, man. Go USD. Wasn't USD cheaper? No VA assistance, developing your trust. No, but you guys can still go on base to the Jag, right? You got, can't you guys still, you can still use Jag up. Oh, no, they stopped. In fact, you're right, Jonay. I forgot about that. My dad, I told him to go. My mom, I told him to go. And one of them said that they couldn't go in Georgia on base. They no longer did. They don't do trust. Yeah, come to think of it. Yep. You lose properties because people get tired of litigation and go broke paying them. Exactly. The lawyers make all the money, but what if the property is still has a mortgage? It belongs to the bank, right? Exactly. Exactly. This is exactly what's happening with our friend right now here where we're staying at. They did a trust, but in my opinion, not the right way. Their mom went through another agency instead of, you know what's funny about parents? I told my parents, right? In fact, my dad finally listened to me about getting the trust done. My mom would never listen to me. I told her what to do with the real estate by adding, a name on and then joint tenants with right of survivorship. So all you have to do with real estate is just go add another person, joint tenants with right of survivorship. So whoever passes away, the remaining person gets the property 100%. So no problem. It's just like a bank account, a joint bank account. If one person passes away on a joint bank account, then the other person has the bank account now. You don't have to do anything. But no, did not listen. So that's one way you don't have to worry about probate, but you still don't get to skirt the laws in the state of Georgia. If your parent, one of your parents passes away that's married to somebody else, you are an heir for that parent at 50% or more of the property. So even the joint tenants with right of survivorship, I think, it's not gonna work. Just saying. All right. My mom's case, it would have worked because she didn't marry anybody else. She was single. So if she would have added my brother's name instead of adding it in the will saying the house goes to my brother, then we wouldn't have had to go through probate. That's all she had to do. So I told her ever since 1990. And then she would go, oh, well, I'm like, what? Oh, well, I'm like, I've been doing real estate. You don't know, I'm in Cali. I've been doing real estate already. I know this stuff already. Simple. So from 1990 to 2003 to 5, I would tell her, add my brother's name on and add joint. And I even sent her deeds. Then she would do this. Oh, I talked to somebody else. They said no. I'm like, what do you mean they said no? And now that put us in a situation for 2-year, 9-month probate for no reason. Crazy. Wasting money. Ridiculous. But that's it. You lose property. Exactly. This is it. So if the house wasn't free and clear, like right here, it's not free and clear. Their mom did a trust and they did something listening. I don't even know who her mom listened to because there was a mortgage on the house. If there's a mortgage on the house, the mortgage company has first rights. Even if you do something crazy, like that Pace Morby guy talks to people about subject to, and they're going to assign a deed over to the person that says, oh, that's what her mom did. Her mom assigned the deed to the trust. I'm like, who told you this? Okay, the trust says house, everything split 50-50. Well, okay, that's nice. But one of the people want to sell the house because they want the equity. The other person and her mom says, oh, this should be a family house for everybody and keep it in the fam, right? Okay. Well, guess what happens? Just like in every state pretty much here in America, the person that wants to sell the house, guess what? They can just go see the attorneys, do a partition to force sale. If you force sale, now who's going to be paying the mortgage every month? Because it's going to take 9 months to 12 months. Now somebody's going to have to pay that mortgage. And who's going to pay it? Now, one of the persons go, oh, I'm not going to pay it. Okay. So now you have a house that has equity, but it has a mortgage. And the only way you can get the mortgage with or without a trust, either the mortgage had to be in the trust name, which it's not, or the mortgage has to be assumable. And somebody's going to have to qualify. And if somebody can't qualify, then it's all over but the shouting, because if you can't qualify to get the loan in your name, then obviously you're going to have to sell the house anyhow because you are the siblings. And the mother said it goes to both of you, so you got to go through probate. But in the meantime, somebody's got to pay that mortgage, insurance, and water, sewer, garbage, and all this stuff, knowing you're going to have to sell the house. And yes, you can get reimbursed later. But again, this process could be a year and a half, because you're going to have to go through probate on one side, I believe. This still hasn't flushed out yet, but I think that's what ultimately is going to happen. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be too far off. And that means you're now jeopardizing a situation where somebody's going to have to come up with a couple $1,000s every month while you're fighting amongst yourselves. Crazy. That's a bad scenario to be in, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you want to pay off any of your liabilities, such as houses or liabilities. I know people have 30-year mortgages and 15 years and 10 years left. If you can pay in advance, speed it up. The older you get, you should speed it up. Because any of this situation that you're leaving where there's mortgages, the mortgage company, they know how much equities are in homes. If you are 1 month, 2 months late, 3 months late, you know what their next trigger point is. 3 months late, they're going to say, okay, you're going, oh, the mortgage is only $1,500 a month. I'll just pay one of the months. But if you're past 3, they're going to go, oh, I'm sorry, you owe us for the full 3. And you're in pre-foreclosure right now. And you better qualify to buy this damn thing, because otherwise they'll be like, this going in foreclosure real quick. They'll take the equity. They're not your friend. They know how much the house is worth and how much is owed. This is crazy Jeopardy situations that people can find themselves in unbeknownst to them. That's why you need to talk to your parents. And if you are a parent like Tamara Larry is, and she's trying to plan ahead, and they have properties, she needs to plan ahead and get the trust situation settled, so that way things are a little easier for people who may not have the same amount of money that the parents are going to have, because that money could be siphoned out. That money could be in a safe. Who only knows the combination to the safe? I mean, you don't know what happens when people pass away, how family members act. It's crazy what happens. But yes, it belongs to the bank. That's correct. That's correct. And quite frankly, if you do, I'm going to say this. That's why I gave a name. When you do these subject to nonsense, and I said this before, back in the day, in the 80s, when 80s and 90s, if you did real estate deals and you had a mortgage and you assigned a deed to another party to try to give them interest into the party, everybody's mortgage contract says you cannot give interest of this property to another third party. It's in every contract since 1980. I've been dealing with real estate. It's in every mortgage contract. So it's hard for me to believe. Back then, they would check. Now, apparently, they don't check. They just go, well, the mortgage is paid, so I guess all is good. Back in the day, they would check and they would call your note due in full if they found that you tried to give a deed to somebody else that's not a party to the loan. They're just like, what are you doing? You can't sell this at all. You can't do anything with this unless we sign off on it. So we'll just call it due. So, and then people lose their house. And worse, they call it due, lose their house, credit jacked. Now they try and go get another house. Back then, you can forget about getting another house. Back then, you could forget about getting a car too, because your credit shows a default. Bankruptcy was another death knell. You definitely weren't doing any of this 2 years later. You can do stuff in bankruptcy. That was a death knell. So people took credit more seriously back then, because anything with a car, a house, credit, you have bad credit, you're getting no love, no help, no reinstatement, no will help you, none of this second chance BS they got going on right now so people can get more liabilities. No. Back then, it was death knells. And so that's why people treated credit a whole different way. Now that they're so lenient on credit, people don't have to, because you can still get credit and still get anything with bad credit. It doesn't matter. So, but it matters about the house. That's not going to change. So be careful if you're giving deed, you have a loan and you're deeding something to somebody else. That to me I don't suggest doing that, because I'm from old school. They call that stuff, they call it. Okay, hold on. I missed something. Oh, great. Thanks. Let's see. I can't read that. Let's see. Can't read. Thanks. And see how they can help with trust, my trust. Yep, exactly. Just keep in mind, like I said, I think my dad or my mom, they were the ones that told me they don't do them on base anymore. At least in Georgia. He said that when he went down to the base, and he said, yeah, they used to way back when, not lately. EV Place, 2-bedroom villas with resort in Macau are still available for 102. Who are you talking about, EV Place? You talking about Juanillo? You know what? I heard there's a Juanillo Hills in Cap Cana. So are you talking about, yeah, you're talking about the Macau Hills, right? Yeah, those are the 2-bedroom villas. They're roughly what, 800, 900 square feet, and they're 100,000. That's pretty sweet, man. Let me know what the project is. All right, it's around 62.7. There we go. It is 63 then, Joe Nay. Thank you so much. Because I saw it on Dominican today. I said, does that say 63? I was like, oh my God. I told everybody it's going to keep rising. That tax, when they didn't do the tax reform, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. Yes, Eric, I'm waiting for 2 1-bedroom penthouses, 89% complete according to developer. A little delay from him to last year. Well, okay. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I keep telling everybody, I don't mind people being past the delivery date because on every contract, it has 180 days, which has 6 months. So if they said that it was going to deliver in November of 2024, then they have until June 2025. Just like our favorite Larimar and Cruise on Land. September 2025 means they got 3 months, 3 months, March, April 2026. So if they deliver within that time frame, then you can't bitch. So it's when it's 2 years later that you can bitch, or a year and a half later you can bitch. But within the 6 months of delivery date, you can't really bitch. That's in contract. Excuse me, 180 days. So congratulations, EV Place. First, it's in Los Corrales. Second, it's in Los Corrales. That's the highest occupancy rate in Punta Cana is in Los Corrales area for 1-bedrooms and studios, and especially the penthouse. So if you got a 1-bedroom penthouse, you must have spent like 100 G's or maybe even less. Maybe. You got a great price. I know that because when I talked to them, I couldn't believe the prices. I was like, is this a joke? We were at their party last year when they had building 1. They had the pool, hors d'oeuvres, champagne. Yeah, it was off the charts. It was off the charts. They said that they're going to build another blue somewhere in Los Corrales after they go downtown. And that was about 2 years ago, maybe. So I'm waiting for them to come out with their next project in Los Corrales. Damn, Eric, all that litigation will break families' relations. Hard to hear that. I have to get busy and prepare for that. You never know. Exactly. Exactly. You never know, man. That's why you need to get it in place. You don't mess around. Yeah, Macau Hills Urban. Cool. Yeah, man. I never heard of Macau Hills Urban. Is that, I know of Macau Hills 1, Macau Hills 2. I don't know about Macau Hills Urban, but hey, I like to hear that. That's a great price, man. Who's the developers? In fact, EV Place, hit me up. I need to find out who's the developer out there because I like what they're doing. That's great. Penthouses. What projects is post-retirement travel? I'm pretty sure he's going to say it again. The Blue Marlin. Delays are connected with deportation of Haitians. A few months. I don't mind. I've stole those penthouses. Oh, he stole those penthouses for 57K each? You're damn right. You sold it. Hey, by the way, the developer at Blue Marlin, who I met, very nice people, him and his crew, they're nice. He said that he doesn't increase the price. That's what he said, but I never saw a contract, and I don't believe anybody until I see one of their contracts. And I've never seen one of the Blue Marlins contracts. So let me know if the 57K is 57K. Yeah, Avalon. Thank you. Thank you for refreshing my memory. Yeah, Avalon. I wonder if they're going to have those that beach club at Macau. Are they going to go on through that? Are they going to go with that? That's cool. Macau Hills. Yeah, Macau Hills is reasonable, man. It's reasonable. Is it too far away is the question. That's real estate investing, ladies and gentlemen. You know I'm a big fan of real estate, holding it. Because whenever you devalue your currency, your property has to rise because the replacement costs or new properties rise because of it. So it's a win-win. So that's why you have to have it. Okay. Post-retirement travel, Blue Marlin, Building E, sweet. Sweet, 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 man. Congratulations, EV Place. That is awesome. 2 properties at the right price in Los Corrales, and you can rent for around $60 per night. I would imagine. I don't know. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to wrap this up here shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So if there's anything else you want to talk about, I mean, we got tariffs incoming. So let me know what you guys are thinking out here. We have tariffs incoming. That means the cost of goods and services are going to rise. We have fruits and vegetables that come in from Mexico that you guys have been to the grocery store. You see what's happening. That's already been additional tariffs. They're going to do reciprocals. So it's going to get hairy out here. Hairier. Okay, what's he saying? EV Place is on top of it. I'm trying to find out about the Avalon Beach Club at Macau Beach. Yeah, I wish I knew too. They were talking big mess. I knew they're building another one, but I don't know exactly where it is. But either way, the prices are low enough where you can take a chance. This is Joe Nay territory, 50 some thousand. But Macau is different than that part of Bavaro. It does matter about locations. Macau is going to be this upscale type area, even though they have these cheap properties. So it's going to be very, very interesting. So all we can do is hope for the best as investors right now because of that the drownings, the missing girl who's, I don't think, yeah, she's missing, but, and I think that's bad press. I think the increasing cost for everybody, I mean, for Americans and Canadians, I think that decreases the travel to the island from those two. Those two are the most. That's 60% of all tourists last year came from the United States and Canada combined. And that's where your market is to buy thousands of potential businesses and real estate. If that drops to half, which could happen, now all of a sudden, where are you going to get these other millions of people coming per year? Nobody is close enough to give you that 30% from the United States and Canada to replace it, that has the population to replace it. And why does it matter? Because again, if I'm in Mexico, if I'm in Brazil, if I'm in Costa Rica and Central America, Nicaragua, it doesn't matter. We have beaches there that are just as nice as if I'm driving to DR or flying to DR, not driving, but flying to DR. So therefore, that's not exciting. I mean, you're not going to get the same 30% of all tourists coming from one of those countries in Central America. And hell, you're not even going to get them all combined. Central and South America, 30%. So that 30% is not going to be replaceable. So now you're going to have a situation where you could have a stall. And we know what happens if you have a stall where there's no buyers and you have 89% of a building built where you have 10% are not sold. If you start having 10 to 20% of units not sold in every project, now prices that for those are going to start dropping because now somebody's going to have to buy those and that's going to have an impact. So all those type of things matter. I'm trying to find out. My guy will be there soon to check them out. We're going to be there in May. We're going to be there May 13th, 14th, and 15th again this year. Make sure you go get your tickets for the Punta Cana Investors Forum. You saw Tamara Larry allude to it earlier. Make sure you guys get your tickets. The first 5 people pay $199.99. It does not get you any place to stay, does not get you anything else other than a little transportation to where we're going. But we're going to go see lawyers day one. Why lawyers? Because some of you might be like Joe Nay. I want to find out about residency. I want to find out about how to get my visa, residency, whatever I need to stay here. Some people may be saying, well, I want to find out about starting a business here, getting my SRL. Or I have an LLC in America. I want to figure out how to have that LLC operate here. It's doable. So all of that comes into play. You may say, I want to buy real estate. Should I put it in my SRL name or should I put it in my personal name? Well, the question is, does it have comfort to or not? What are you trying to do? Because if you're going to set up a business, you're going to owe money for your business to maintain it. So you're going to be spending money to maintain it. Yeah, it might be $100 a month, but that's $100 a month. Meanwhile, if you don't have a business, then you don't have to spend $100 a month or more for your accounting. Just keep that in mind. All right. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Macau for me is for early retirement. I love buggies. Hey man, they're gonna change all that. I'm telling you. Macau is supposed to be a big time spot. Brian Barbie, welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. He says, I think the loss of remote work is having the biggest impact on travel destinations, remote jobs vanishing. Brian Barbie, thank you so much for bringing that wrinkle. That is true as well. That is one of the things that has spoiled people for the short-term rentals and long-term rentals in remote locations because there was millions of people who didn't have to be at their job site. But now that is shrinking, and that means it's shrinking for the amount of people that was initially there. There was millions that could just work anywhere in the world. So it didn't matter. Now look at you, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I'm talking about. There's going to be a slowdown on the island, no matter how you slice it, on all the Caribbean islands. In fact, every place that United States citizens frequent, they're going to have a slowdown, in my opinion, because of tariffs and because of the cost of living is increasing and because 73 to 78%, 70 to 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Just a 10% increase in price, now let alone 20, means more people are going to be living paycheck to paycheck. We're probably going to be at 80% if they started taking numbers in 2025. And I'm pretty sure in 2026, we're going to be at 85%. Now you squash the upper middle class. So now we're there. The top 15, the top 10% owns 85% of the wealth. Now they're going to own 90. It's going to keep shrinking and shrinking until we get a government in place that says, why don't we go back to the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, where we had corporate tax rates at like 70%, 63%, things like that, when the rich corporations paid their fair share, no subsidies coming to them. Why don't we go back to that? So those subsidies that were given to these corporations would have been going to firemen, policemen, our infrastructures, our roads, our bridges, our jobs, our federal government, all that. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars a year are going to corporations to help them succeed. And I'm like, that's not capitalism then. That's like socialism for some. For those top 1,000 corporations who get subsidies and government contracts and all that, great. But for everybody else, you have to work your asses off. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I agree with this, Brian Barbie. Great analysis on that. This is why I fear, why I feel there'll be a slowdown. But here, let me tell you something. A slowdown in the market on DR, any other island where there's a hot vacation rental spots, short-term rentals, I think it's a good thing for some of us because some of us are like me. I get to miss out, right? I was going to have my 125. What was it? It was going to cost 135 for that Panorama Gardens penthouse unit, right? Great deal for a 2-bedroom. Great deal for about 500 square feet on the side. Well, Panorama Gardens still hasn't opened after 5 years. It's going to be four years, right? It's just now getting almost done, it appears, right? They're showing things from Zen Palace, but I don't see anybody able to live there yet. So let's just say it takes them another 6-7 months. But now you can buy that same unit. There's some available, $185,000, which is a great deal too for a 2-bedroom penthouse unit with the upstairs full bathroom and a 500 square foot terrace. So that's still a good deal if somebody said that, because 185, 2-bedroom penthouse, 3 bathrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, actually. That's pretty good. The size itself, not that big. It's only 72 square meters inside, but still laid out nicely. Each bedroom has its own bathroom, and there's a half bath behind the kitchen. So it's laid out nicely. All right. And then it has its terrace. So 185 is pretty good. Inside Vista Cana, there's still units available all over the island. Things are not sold out. Panorama Lake is not sold out. There's studios you can buy for $99,000 right now because of how they rolled theirs out, being greedy. They have all kind of units available. So they're not selling those at ridiculous prices. Now they're going to fall into, we don't have enough buyers. We don't have people just coming here and saying, here's my $5,000 for reserve and all this. So there's opportunities that are going to come up for everybody, because everybody who bought cheap is going to be able to rent their places at 0.1% of the purchase price, or should be able to. Everybody who waited later, you say, okay, that $185,000 means I got to charge $185 per night. Now, can I charge $185 per night inside Vista Cana at Panorama Garden? I can, potentially. It depends on if Epic Ventures and Panorama Garden and Panorama Park change their rules, because when we first did this, it was the idea you can go from Panorama Park, and Panorama Garden are all in the same section, same gates. You'd be able to use the facilities, amenities at Panorama Lake and at Panorama Luxury, which is on the lake. So I don't know if you can do that. So if they change that, then that loses some of its cachet, because it would have been cool if you can go up to the top floor at Panorama Luxury and overlook the lake and hang out and eat, do all this stuff. And if you can't do that and everything's actually going to be separate, that takes away some of the value. So now, can I get $185 per night for a 2-bedroom condo inside Vista Cana right now? I don't know. So that wouldn't appeal to me. The 125, okay, we can. 135, I think we can get 135. 185, that might be too much. So that's where we're going with this, right? It's all about investments. If I'm going to live there, then that 185 is cool. And you know it's built. Joe Nay, construction is started on Macau Gardens. They gave a few 1-2 bedrooms left. Yes, there's going to be a few, but the prices are nice. Macau Gardens do not have elevators, which is one of my things. You got to have elevators. You don't have to, but I'm just saying. EV Place, 2-bedroom regular at Blue Marlin is listed for $130K. That's the cheapest one right now. From $76K listed 3 years ago. You know what, though? They're selling 2 bedrooms at Noval Properties like Paseo del what was it? Paseo del Sendero, whatever it is. That's in Los Corrales. Their 2 bedrooms are 210, 220. That's what people want now. They want 1 bedrooms. They want 170 now. That's crazy to me. All they have is a pool there. That's it. A pool. A 1-bedroom pool, and that's it. And they want 170. And for 2 bedrooms, they're trying to get 220, 230. I'm just like, that's crazy to me. Yes, it's in Los Corrales. But now, can I get 200 and something a night for a 2-bedroom? Can I get 170 a night for a 1-bedroom that only has a pool? Yes, it's in Los Corrales, but now I have to walk down to the beach and I have no other amenities. For me, that's a stretch. Now, when they were 79, 89, 99,000 for 1-bedrooms, that wasn't a stretch. When 2 bedrooms were 120, 130, that wasn't a stretch. 130 for a 2-bedroom at Blue Marlin, that's not a stretch. 130 a night, it might be. I don't know. You got to do your own research. But yeah, you're right. 76K was a deal. You're damn right, man. That's a deal. All right. Still doing my research. I'll check it out again in April. Exactly. We're going to have to check it, revisit it as well. We'll see how it works. All right, here's another thing post-retirement travel says that can happen. Now that Canada is boycotting travel to the USA, that can benefit us in DR. The unfortunate disappearance of the student didn't affect the DR occupancy. Well, we'll see. We'll know when the occupancy comes out in April. You know what? The Dominican Republic, Dominican Today, the ministry has not given out the tourism numbers for the month of February, which is highly sketchy because the last time they did this was in December when they waited till the end of December to give the November numbers, and we saw it was only an additional 10,000 people. Well, actually, 8,000 people more than the previous year. And then when December came, they delayed in January and it was only 10,000 more. And I was just like, this is crazy. So if something tells me sooner or later, I think this month of February, they had a problem. And I don't think they're going to reach a record. That's why I think they haven't listed it, shown it. I'm looking at Dominican Today right now, and they're not giving up any info on anything. This is crazy to me. All right, I don't have anything down below in the description box just yet, but after this broadcast, for everybody on podcast, everybody watching this, just keep in mind that I'm going to have links for our SSN Lifestyle Punta Cana Investors Forum. Make sure you go sign up at ssnlifestyle.com or stopstrugglingnow.com. Second day, after we go see the lawyers, the second day we go check out some projects. We could have several on the list. Now, I like Vista Cana. I recommend being inside Vista Cana. You still have three choices with Seven Palms. All right? They have two properties across the street from the beach. Unfortunately, though, one of them is going to be delivered in 2026, so you're only going to have 12 payments or 14 payments or 18 payments. But if you go with Seven Palms Elite, not across the street from the man-made beach, but it's supposed to be upscale. That one, we still have $105,000 one-bedroom unit. And that is a little bit up from the sports complex. And I would say 1 kilometer from the second man-made beach, something like that. And it's probably half a kilometer to the sports complex. So those are the type of things that matter. And also a half a kilometer to the 9-hole golf club course, if that matters. Just letting you guys know. So we're going to go into Vista Cana for sure. We might even go up to Macau in that area. I don't know yet for sure, but that'll be the second day, maybe even the third day. The third day, we normally do banking, let people do their banking. And if we set it up for you in advance, we need your banking information. So we can get in touch with some of the, like Scotiabank, we can get in touch with the managers and BHD and all these banks. So then that way, all your stuff is already there. You just need to sign documents. They have your account set up, and you need like 500. What is it? I can't remember. I always say $500 USD is what you want to put in your USD account. At this point, 70,000 pesos, and so $100. Let's just say you don't have to. Some of them are 50, some are whatever, but just put $100 of peso. Open your accounts, get an account while you're there. And now you don't have to worry if you want to do anything, you have it already set up. So you have bank accounts in your name. So people can pay you and you can pay people, do things like that. So just keep that in mind. All right. I just now put the link down below if you want to sign up. There's 5 places available for the $199. If more than 5 come, starting at number 6, it's $249, $250 one time, not nightly, and that includes, like I said, it includes our transportation to the destinations, little eats, and things like that. So May 13th, 14th, and 15th, please come join me and a few other people. That'd be greatly appreciated. Order now. Don't delay. Just letting you know. All right. Let's see what else we got going on here. I need to do Robin Hood, Webull. Oh, sorry. Um, just the usual, because we need to build wealth. We need you to get rid of your liabilities. We need to make sure your credit is good. So we have to get all that. I have the links down below. You want to build your credit, get it right. That smart credit. We need you at 775 in 1 year, 8 months. We need you at 775. You'll thank me later. Oh, clips now? Okay. I see there's something new that what they're trying to do here. Oh man, I messed up big time. I've only been on one platform. Um, yeah, we'll find out if there's been any problems. I saw a news documentary of the RIU resort after that disappearance incident. The check-in lines were crazy long. There were hundreds of people checking in. You can't stop DR's tourism, too big. Well, we know that the hotels during January, February, and March are generally going to be in the 90 plus percentile for all these all inclusives in Punta Cana area. We know that. That's a given. They already booked. So even though there's a disappearance, the only way nothing was going to happen is if people canceled because of it. Most people are thinking like common sense. They're like, okay, I'm not going to be out on the beach with some dude at 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning who I just met and I'm going in the water at night. 99% of people are going to say, hell no. Drunk or not, hell no. 99% of people's friends would not let their friend go to the water with the dude they just met when you're from the United States. So all the things that transpired that night, nobody would do. So everybody's like, we wouldn't even be in that position. I'm not going to do something crazy like that. So why even bother? So that's what we're talking about. So nobody's canceled because everybody's either thinking that most people would think she drowned. Let's get real. Most people I think she's drowned. That's what I think. So, and if it's worse than that, trafficking, either way, the woman is gone. There's none of this stuff about she's just going to show up that I've been kidnapped for 5 months or 2 months or 3 weeks. That's not a thing. So yeah, that I don't think it's going to affect anything right now. It all depends on what the narrative ends up being. Uh, it could be this month that there could be an issue. We don't know. Eric, another thing is Counter Rock is 140K for 2 bedrooms at Universe Project scheduled for end of this year. Okay, Counter Rock, we got to talk to post-retirement travel about this because that's still a up in the air situation for me. Because he's saying he has to pay $1,000 to join the beach club. Him as an owner, and I guess his wife and family members, since he has a 2 bedroom, they can go to the beach club for free. But if you rent your place, then the people that go to the beach club have to pay $35 per person per day. There's no amenities there. I don't count a pool as an amenity really. It's nice to have a pool, yes. You should have. That's the bare minimum as a pool with a condo. But what other amenities are there? I got to pay to go in the Hard Rock. So again, that's not you know, and you got the golf course is nice, but I got to pay to go golfing. So there's limited amenities for the place, fitness room and fitness center and a pool. Okay, everybody should have that. That's bare minimums. So the problem with this is that's a great price though, because they're trying to make Macau a certain area. But again, they have another 1,000 units that's going to be inside there because Poseidonia has 800 units. Vivantia Homes is going to have in theirs 100, what is it, 110 units. Riviera Bay has units, which isn't built yet. There's like another 5 projects in there that's going to add over the next 5 years 1,000+ units. And 1,000 units does not mean there's 1,000 renters. All that I'm saying is there's 1,000 units. What percentage of those would people try to rent? I don't know. But if it's 10% or is it 20%, but either way, we know there's going to be 100 more units added to the rental pool in that space. That space is not that much. There's not that much space in that area. I mean, it is, but when you keep adding condo projects, the space looks smaller and it starts getting dense. And so if you have 4,000 units in there, and out of that, 400 units are for short-term rentals, that's a lot of units. And the Hard Rock Hotel itself is there that has a 90-something% occupancy rate. And it's crazy. And upcoming Holy Week is going to break records like usual. It's going to be 99% occupancy at the all-inclusive resorts. But then there's going to be 5,000 units in La Altagracia province that are for rent for short-term rentals. How many of those 5,000 are going to be rented when hotels who have 36,000 to 40,000 rooms are going to be booked up every week? And if you only have 120,000 people individually, and if half of those people are two, it ain't 120,000, it's down to 90 or 60. Now those two couples, people, let's say you have 60, it's 60,000 couples. Now you have 60,000 hotel rooms. So that's why during Holy Week, they have a record already, 3.6 million for the 2 weeks on the island, right? So it depends what's going to happen. They have enough hotel rooms, so they're going to be at 99 to 100% full for Holy Week. So I don't know when that is, but it's coming up, right? So it's going to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting what happens. What's going to be more interesting is what happens when May, June, and July comes. That's when everything's going to flush out, and we'll find out. It looks like I may go next month to check out Counter Rock Galaxy Project. We will stop by the beach club and get the latest rules to include these for renters. It should be like Margaritaville here. Yeah, I don't. You told me last live stream what it was, but I can't really remember. Membership is included. Guests have to pay, but there are restaurants and bars they can use. People pay $200 a night. They probably don't mind $35 a day for resort, in my opinion. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me for a minute. The EV place. Here's the situation, though. Who's paying $200 a night? See, we do this. So since I'm not on the computer, I can't go. But everybody listening to this, you can go to Airbnb. You can go look up the units that's going to be available 2 weeks from now, next week, this Friday, and look for 7 nights in a row. You will see 20, 30 units, 40 units available. The more you zoom in, the more units show up. So you zoom in, you're going to see $90 a night for 2-bedroom condos in Counter Rock. You're going to see 110. You're going to see 1-bedrooms for $75 and $60 per night. You're going to see 2-bedroom penthouse units for $100 per night, $120. $200? I don't know who's going to get 200, but there might be a few people that are trying to do 200, but those might be the new ones that's up front. That's closer to the front. But again, 200 a night and you get nothing. And you still have to go pay per person. So again, the 200 a night would be a 2-bedroom or larger. You're going to have 4 people. You're going to tell me that it's no big deal, but it's going to be a big deal if it's $140 to go to the beach through the beach club every day. and it's a credit for whatever you order. And the way their food menu is, that $35 is one drink and an entree is more than $35. So now that's the only way you're going through to the beach club, and there's no amenities. You can go to the beach for free in DR. You don't have to stay there. You can be in Los Corrales and go to you can be almost everywhere and go to the beach for free. So no, okay, let me see what he's doing. Paying two. Yeah, it's not like that, man. Here, let me do it. Let me do something real quick. Then because I still have my computer down here and I can't show it on screen like normal, but all I'm going to tell you is, hold on, let me do it another way. Yeah, these guys, what's this? What is this here? Denounces, Ministry of Environment denounces Playa Palmera Hotel for illegal coastal occupation. Oh, wow. They're tearing it down. Cool. Wow. Oh, my. Illegal. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, illegally occupying 60-meter coastal strip. That's correct. Oh, my. The hotel reportedly lacks a property title, a presidential decree, and the necessary permits from environmental and municipal authorities. Are you kidding me right now? These guys were operating. Wow. That's crazy. All right. So this is the thing. This is what makes us different here in the SSN Nation. So EV Place, you know how we do this. We're going to check the numbers, right? That's all we can go by. We check the numbers. Hold on, let me see this. Why can't I read it? I can't read this. All right. At EV Place from post-retirement travel, 140K for Universe. What's the square meter? Do you know? The price will also change for the ones closer to the pool, which I think that if on the roof, oh, well, it's a penthouse. It's sweet. Let me go look this up here. Let me see it. What's the square meter? Do you know? The price will also change for the ones closer to the pool, which I think is on the roof. Yeah, price is going to change, but the 140K, that would be like the right price because the two bedrooms at one time was like 117. So, but again, we'll see. At post-retirement travel. So here's what I'm going to do right now. You guys know, I'll just pull it up. Anybody can do this. I'm going to pull up. Okay, this could be Holy Week. I don't know when it is. I'm going to pull up April 10th through the 17th. I'm going to pull up 4 adults. And I'm going to show you how many units you're seeing total prices that include the fees. All right. I'm going to put in a filter. Okay, see, it says over 1,000 places in Punta Cana. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going over here to put in entire home, and it's still going to say show 1,000 plus homes. All right. Now, what people don't understand is you would have Airbnb, Airbtics, AIRBTICS. Look up La Altagracia province. You will see 5,800 Airbnbs are in La Altagracia province. That could be Verón, Cap Cana, Punta Cana, Bávaro, Los Corrales. It goes all the way up to Macau and beyond. So that's how you know all those units mean something. And I used April 10th through the 17th. I put in 4 guests. So now I just got to find out where, oh, yeah, I keep forgetting they call that Macau, but that's not Splash Water. Where's okay, hold on. Where's don't see it. I don't see it. Bureau Star Country Code. Okay, see, it's got to be here somewhere. Let's see. Hard Rock. All right, here we go. There's some stuff at Hard Rock. So already I'm getting the whole week price. Here goes one for $657. All right, $657. That's less than $100 per night. Do you think it's a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom? So now I click on it. It doesn't say, which is a big mistake. In their sentence, it just says unparalleled experience in tropical oasis. That's less than $100 per night, though. $657 for 7 nights. Even if it's a 1-bedroom, that's still less. That's like what is that? $90 a night. So I'm scrolling through. This looks like Rock condos. Has a jacuzzi. Has a jacuzzi on the deck, and there goes 1-bedroom. This looks like, okay, hold on. It's a, I would have to click on it. It could be either a 1-bedroom or 2. I think it's a 1-bedroom. Okay, so I won't go with that. We got another one, 611. This one says luxury hard getaway at Hard Rock's Rock, 3 beds. This is a 2-bedroom. So this is what I'm talking about, EV Place. $611. That's less than, that's what is that? That's not even $90 a night. That's like $85 a night or something. That's total. So 611. We still don't have 18% from the state yet added or making a deal with Airbnb. So it's 611. So that's what I'm saying. When you look at these numbers, here goes something 867. Spacious penthouse, 2 bedrooms, 867. This is $100 and some dollars. So when you say 200, there's something here for 1459. That would be 200. It says apartment with pool and golf, but it's new. Okay, I discount anything new because these guys don't know what they're doing. This is new. They say they're doing a penthouse and they're trying to charge people $200 per night. There's penthouses all through here that's only $890 and $870. Here goes another 2-bedroom, pool view, Rock, $892 for the week. There's another one, 1100, 2-bedroom apartment with pool. But again, there's all kind of stuff here. For 100, 200 a night, there's only one for 1400. That's the only one I can see. So again, 1242, but that's closer. That's almost up front. That's literally across from, it's right up front, $1,138, 2-bedroom for the week. 1166, that's up front as well. Walk across and you're at Hard Rock. But then they have one for 912, another one for 611 that's up front too, which is a 2-bedroom. That's the one I saw earlier. Yeah, man, your 200 is not going to work in Rock. There's way too many units, less than 1,400 for a week for a 2-bedroom. Even a penthouse unit is cheap. So that's where the problem comes in. And this is during prime time. I'm assuming that, so all this, there's some foods thing. That's interesting. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, there's over 20 places, 21, 22. Yeah, there's probably more than that. The more I zoom in, the more things pop up. But yeah, there's probably at least 30, 40 places for rent that week at that price. And so if you have that price there, now you say, okay, well, you bought it Blue Marlin. You say, hey, I bought it Blue Marlin and I have Bavaro, which also has a pool where I'm staying. As soon as you walk outside your unit and walk 100 yards, you're at a restaurant, bar, nightclub, and the beach is free. So you're spending money on your own dime and you're going literally do whatever you want. So that's where the problem comes in. And now when Poseidonia, Bay, what was it? Vivantia Homes, their Bay Oasis. I can't remember what their units was because we're no longer doing business. Nick Sade. I don't like people that owe me money and talk shit to me. They did come clean with a little bit. We made a deal, but that meant we're not doing business together anymore. I don't have nothing to say about them. And that was one of the stipulations. We ain't got no business dealings whatsoever. Um, let's see. Oh my, what's that? I bought it from someone who bought 5 and decided it was too many. You're damn right it is. That's crazy. Eric, people are paying for the brand. No, they're not. So when you go to Airbnb, do you call, like you think 200 per night? I don't know who's telling you this, but the only people getting 200 per night, here's one that's 200 per night. It says 1632. Okay, so far he has a bedroom, then he has looks like a queen bed and a single in the second bedroom. Oh, it's at something called, well, Kana. Okay, I know it's Kana Bay. Luxury Apartments, Kana Bay. Then he has some separation thing. What is that? Nah, this can't. Okay, hold on a second. This is looking weird. This looks pretty. I don't know what project this is. This has 2 pools. This is one of those new ones up front. $1,632. And it's got like double pools. It looks like, yeah, this looks like it sleeps. Yeah, he's charging 1632. It's still available, but he's up front. 1816, 2 bedrooms, also up front, across the street from Hard Rock entrance. So the closer you get, potentially, if you're like where Victor Marrero is, I mean, post-retirement travel is, up front, it looks like you might be able to, but all these guys have their units available right now. And there's a 1,200 unit also there. That's a 2 bedroom. There's another 1,100 2 bedroom. So yeah, there's several options. You don't have to pay 1,400. But here goes one, 2,500 luxury life penthouse. Oh, it's new. So I don't count new people. They'll come back to their senses after they don't get any rentals with the crazy price when everybody else is charging 1,000 less or 800 less. That's crazy. So yeah, there's no room for 200 per night there. And you don't remember EV Place. You don't get to use the amenities at the Hard Rock. That's the insult. If you go to Hard Rock, they say, "Oh, you can go to the casino, you can go to the nightclub, you can have eat at these couple restaurants, but you can't go use the amenities." And then they're going to tell you $110 a person, 120 a person, and you have 4 people with you, so you're spending $500, and to use it for one day for 6 to 8 hours. That's it. So that's not a thing. You're going to pay 200 a night plus 138 per person, or you're paying all these fees and you have no amenities. You're at Hard Rock. That was the whole cachet why people bought at Hard Rock, because at the beginning we thought it had something to do with Hard Rock. We thought at least you're going to the beach, you go to the beach club, you're going to be able to order at the beach club, maybe at Hard Rock to get some drinks. That's what I was thinking. And then it turns out we have to pay for our renters to go in, or the renters have to pay. And then there's only a pool, maybe a fitness center, and maybe a restaurant or 2. But restaurants, are they really amenities? I mean, you want restaurants because you want to have choices to eat, but you're not going to use any of the Hard Rock facilities that count unless you're going to be paying over $100 per person to get there. So that's not a thing. I don't see how you can't square that for me. So that's why they're going to build a shopping center out back, allegedly, next to Post Sidonia on the entrance, because there's no commercial zone, except they started realizing they don't have any place to go get the supermarket, snacks, mini mart, and that type of thing. And so there's a whole bunch of things that's weird that seems like it was a no-brainer, but I can't figure it out yet. We'll have to see how this all is. But yeah, there's all kind of units for rent. Now that I backed out to the road, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's like 100 units actually that's for rent for April 10th through the 17th. So good luck on the 200 per night. Like I said, you're not getting that. I can't see it. I mean, maybe once or twice, like uh, uh, Holy Week, but I can't see it any other way. They're not paying for the brand, man. That's what people bought for the brand. Because in 2020, 2019, 2018, they were leading people to believe that it included Hard Rock to some effect, that Hard Rock was actually part of this when they're not. Hard Rock just sold the land to developers and they have no rights, or they made no agreement where people who own it, those condos, can come and use the amenities or even pay like a minimal amount. They're sitting there telling people owners have to pay like 100, I think it's 100 discount rate for 8 hours or 9 hours. So it's $150 for you guys to stay there like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock till 11 or 12 at night and use all the facilities. 150 per person, 153, 158, whatever it was. That 4 people would be $600 for one day, plus your rental. You might as well, I mean, at that point, you might as well just get a unit at the Hard Rock, which gives them the advantage. Some people are afraid of Airbnb, of a lot of hidden camera situations. That's true. That's true. Very true. Oh, and it was 140K, fully furnished, pool is around the building. Hey, again, it's in Connor Rock. You already have right now during Holy. In fact, you know what? I shouldn't say that because I just assumed that was Holy Week. When is Holy Week? Let's see. Yep, I was in there April 13th to the 20th, Sunday to Sunday. So that means the week after or the week before, it's 2 weeks. We found out 2 years ago. This Holy Week. There's going to be 2 weeks. It's going to be damn near 100% full at Hard Rock. So remember, at Hard Rock, you don't, if you own at those Counter Bay projects, you don't get carte blanche at Hard Rock. You got to pay to use the amenities at Hard Rock, and you got to pay to go to the beach, to the beach club, apparently. I thought they nixed that. I mean, I can't even imagine renting at $1,200 and I have we're 4 people, and then I get out and say, hey, let's go to the beach. And the next thing I know, they go, hey, man, you know, if you go to the beach club, you got to give us 100 and 200 and $140 to go to the beach. And you'll be like, what? It's a credit, but now it's every day. I'm like, that's crazy. And I'm still going to a restaurant. So I'd rather stay someplace else if I'm going to be spending $1,200, $1,500, $1,400 just to go to the beach and eat. That's crazy. There's a lot of places you can stay in Punta Cana area and still go to the beach for less, that has a pool and restaurants around. So that's why it doesn't give a full advantage for me. And I thought they changed it for the better, and I'm saddened that they didn't. I thought they made it where guests can go to the beach, and it was just a pass. So I guess they're still going to go with this. And that's why Poseidonia is coming up with the other concept. So they have a mall at the end. But 140 fully furnished, that makes sense. That makes sense. I like that. Again, you can't rent 140 a night. It's not the norm. But that's Holy Week. So here's what I'm going to do. Since I'm already there, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go like May 1st through the 8th. And it's not Holy Week, right? Now, some people are doing dynamic pricing because now we got 806, 781, 700, 611. We got a whole bunch of units in the 700s for the week. And these are 2 bedrooms. These are 1 bedrooms. So these are 2 bedroom penthouses. So again, 607 is the lowest. It's a 2 bedroom at Connor Rock, but a person is only giving them a 4.0 and there's only 4 people. So I don't think people are too excited, but just giving you an idea, man, the 200 a night is a pipe dream, in my opinion, unless you're at galaxy, but then you would have to spend over $200,000. You would have to spend like, well, if you didn't get in early, you're going to have to spend $400,000 now. And it's definitely not worth it because you're not going to be renting these things at $400 per night. That's not going to happen. So you're locked in. Anybody that bought for $250 and under, you're probably going to be fine. But anybody that's doing this $300K and all that, but you can see easily that even with the 2 bedrooms up front, when it's not hot, not Holy Week, 1,100, 1,400's the most expensive unit. It's a penthouse. He's got his hot tub up top. He's got covered eating area up top. 4 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms, 4 beds, 1,433. That's the most expensive unit. And it's in this place I don't know. It's like a Cana Pearl or something. Nice units, but they're the only ones offering 200 per night. Everybody else, they're at 100. 100, 110, 120, and that'll do you. There's even a 599 over here, which is crazy. 1 bedroom. Just letting you know. The month later. All right. So we check prices out. That's what we do. So then I go down to Los Corrales, El Cordacito, and guess what? They have the same prices. Same prices. 608, 2 bedroom, except you're right there by La Bruja. 621, 5-star rated, right by La Bruja. A bunch by the beach, 842, 832, the same type pricing. And then the one that's right on the beach, $18.99. But then you know how much those cost. So again, it's all relative, but they get the same prices, $725, penthouse unit, 2 bedrooms, $100 a night with ocean view, which is interesting. In Bava, in Los Corrales, $11.99 in Los Corrales. I can't tell what this project is. This is something different I haven't seen before. Looks nice, modern, cozy. Yeah, this one I've never seen. So pretty nice. It's in, oh, I know where it is. Oh, it's the new one. That's why I've never seen it, because I never went behind. It's that new project. I can't remember the name of it. Across the street from Citrus and all that. $11.99 is what somebody's offering. Pretty cool. All right. That's cool. But then again, $839, 3-bedroom condo. And the beach club is less than 100 yards away on the walk down to the beach. So just saying, this is why the prices matter. They even have a $444 for the week, 4.9 rating, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and that's in Los Corrales right now, still available for May 1st through the 8th. Crazy. So this is what I'm saying. You're going to have these same prices in these type of areas that you have access to the beach readily, no problems. So these are the type of things that you have to think about, man. Like I said, this is targeted for different customers. Golf players, some of my friends, they're not using Airbnb at all. That's what I'm trying to say, EV Place. This is why, this is why what you're saying, this is, okay, all I'm going to tell you is, this is what a lot of people extrapolate that is going to happen. For me, I say the same thing like you're saying, but for different reasons. I go, if a person's playing golf, right? If they don't mind spending whatever it is, I don't know what the green fees are. Let's say they're $100 a person. They may not stay there. They may stay at the Hard Rock. They may spend the $500 per night. I mean, it's all inclusive. All the drinks, all the meals, everything. If you stay at the condo, you have to pay for all the meals and all the drinks. So even though you're paying $100 per night to go to the beach, adds 130. It's 135 now. Now you go and eat, and 18% ITBUS plus another 10% on top. You're paying 28%. 4 people eat, your bill is 200 and some dollars that night, maybe more if you get a couple of drinks. So you get 8 drinks times 20, it's 160, 160 to 140, and then you get food that's 30, 35 a person. You're at like $300. So you might as, I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's like, first of all, and this is the thing about golf that I always told people. I said, you know what's funny? When you go on a plane and you go to an island and people are picking up their luggage, some places like in DR, the luggage and the golf stuff is picked up in the same baggage area. You can see how many people are getting golf bags that's on your flight. There's usually 1 or 2 people. There's not that many people golfing, bringing their own clubs. Other than that, there's not that many people on any golf course in the DR. All right, let's just face facts. It costs a lot. The people that live there don't play because of the green fees. The people that fly in, sure, they're going to play, but it's not a destination when the golf course is going to be full. That's not happening. All right. So don't let people trick you into believing that you having a place by a golf course means that there's going to be a lot of rentals because of the golf course. That is not a thing. Never a thing. All right. Just think of it that way. And like you said, sometimes when people play golf, they make more money than people. So they're doing other things. They'll just do the all inclusive. They'll just stay in the villa, which again, I'm not a fan of. 140 a night will be enough for me. You don't have to pay 140 a night at Conner Rock. You can get a 2-bedroom and pay $100 per night. It'll only be $700 for the week. You don't have to. You don't have to. As Conner Rock owner, you get a discount at the Hard Rock. Ticket was 87 for, yeah, there you go. He knows the number for that, but that's for owners. This is the thing. You bought a condo and you still have to pay to go. So yeah, if you want to use the amenities, it's 87 per person. So we're talking 160, right? 170, 175. Okay, cool. But that's every day. That's every day. It will work for us a lot cheaper. We stay at our apartment, enjoy the Hard Rock for 87. Yeah, but you're okay. I understand what you're saying, but you bought the condo. And so now, yes, you get to stay there, but you paid X amount for the condo, and now you're going to pay 175 to go to the Hard Rock every day, which I guess that includes all the amenities. For an owner, that is great. For an owner, that is cool. But if an owner is renting it out, the people don't get to pay 87. They have to pay for that 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. slot. Isn't it like 120 something, 130 or something? I think it's 120 something. They got to pay like 120. So that's for 4 people, they're going to be spending $500. That's not cool. I mean, even though it could be cool, I guess you get all the amenities there for 120 a person, but that would have to be every day. It's not 120 for the week. So it makes sense that you can't charge $1,500 and then tell people, oh yeah, you can go to the Hard Rock and pay 120 for 9 p.m., 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and use everything, get eat, drink, and marry. A lot of people are going to be like, okay, that's interesting. I might do it. But I don't think they're going to do it every day. They're going to say, well, starts $500 a day, starts getting hectic for 4 people, 2 people and 2 kids, 2 adults, 2 kids, 2 couples, 4 people. It might not be a thing. I mean, some people think they go 200 and some odd dollars is okay. I'm just like, well, it might be, but I still have to pay for my hotel room. So if it costs me $800 and then I'm going to spend 240, 250 every day. All right. I mean, it's just a numbers thing. It all depends on where you want to be. We'll see. Actually, I don't want to be the guinea pig. The art of the deal. If their income from resort will fall down, they will make some kind of guest membership. Yeah, that's what's happened at the beach club. They made owners pay $1,000 to have a membership to go to the beach club. But the owners, that doesn't matter because if you're doing short-term rentals, the short-term rental guests have to pay $35 per person every day if they want to go to the beach every day. If you want to use the Hard Rock facilities from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., I think it's $120. If you want to use it in that evening time, like what was it, 2 to midnight or 2 to whatever, then you're going to pay $150 something per person. So, I mean, to me, that's a lot. $400 for four. Well, that's $600 for 4 people. And that's, again, that wouldn't sit well for a lot of people if they're going to spend $1,400 and then find out, oh, by the way, you're going to spend $600 just for one day over here. In addition, I don't think that's going to sit too well. We'll see how it all plays out, but I'm not finding that very advantageous. It's not going to be rented through Airbnb. It's for different target. Okay, EV Place, I'm going to have to disagree with you. What you're trying to say is, I know what you're going to try and say. You're going to say like Poseidonia, what they're going to be doing with Aston, and you're going to say that Aston guys are going to get them a higher price. That's what you're going to say. But everybody knows VRBO, Airbnb are the #1 places. So your target can be whatever your target is. You can sell to upscale luxury people. But you understand upscale luxury has X amount of people. So you can't do things like this. So I'll do it another way. I have 2 people coming. I'm going to spend $725, right? For the week. Cool. $100 per night. Now I say, okay, Eric, I'm marketing to you at a higher upscale. And so a person doesn't do Airbnb at $725. They go, oh yeah, okay. I'm going to come out there. I'm going to play golf. I'm going to do all this. I'm going to do all that. I'm going to spend $250 a night. Then I get out there. It's $1,800 I'm spending for the week. Then I find out that, as everybody does when they're sitting at the pool, they're sitting at the jacuzzi, people always eventually talk about, yeah, man, it cost me this much. I'm staying in a 1-bedroom. And you don't want somebody saying something like, yeah, man, I got that 2-bedroom penthouse up there and I'm spending $800 for the week. And the person's like, what? I just paid $1,800? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, they're going to like be freaked out because then they're going to be like, oh, I'm going to go over to the beach. And then they get to the beach and the beach says, oh, that's $35 a person. You can't overcharge people. I mean, okay, you can, whatever this other market is, but everybody knows there's Airbnb, Vacation, Evolve, VRBO. It does not matter. They're all going to be the same pricing structure because they use the same calendars. And it's not this ecosystem that everybody thinks. The hotels have an ecosystem. They can charge different. The hotels are different. They have beach clubs. They can tell people, here, we're going to give you points. You can stay at our places, and it only costs you $2,500 to get started. For every year, you give us $2,500. That gives you 20 days. And they have their own in-house beach club. But that has nothing to do with them trying to make condo hotels out front. They're coming to use their places, and then they'll go, okay, we own these condo hotels, or we made a deal with the like Poseidonia and Aston, and you can stay at one of these properties, and that's why they charge people the all-inclusive rate, and why the beach, they have 90-something% occupancy. Okay, let's get real. It's 83% occupancy for all-inclusives in the DR. It's not 90-something like they lie, the realtors lie and say. It's not that. It's 83% for the year. March, in January, February, March, and even April in the Holy Week, we're talking high 90s. We're talking some places are going to be 100% full, overbooked. Some places are going to be 99% booked. And then after that, it slows down. Some places are only 70%. They don't tell people. We ran the numbers. I made a video about it. It's not 93% like they told everybody. So just keep that in mind. There's no such thing as Target when you have 100 units. See, this is the other thing. The only way Target marketing works is if you're exclusive and if there's only a few units available. You can't have 100 units available and then start going, well, we're targeting these guys. Those same people, when they get there and they start talking to people and they're like, man, I paid $2,000 for the week, and they're running the people that go, when they're coming out their unit and they're staying there, hey, how you doing? Day one. Going upstairs to the elevator. Hey, how you doing? I'm your next door neighbor. Now you're down at the pool, lounging, drinking, eating. And they're like, yeah, man, this is a cool place to stay for $120 a night. And he's like, what did you just say right now? And then now the people are going to feel bad because they're paying $300 a night. And they have no delineation between the two. So you're not, that doesn't work. That's not how it works. I'm going to tell you that right now. I got a story to tell you about that. What I'm thinking also, as a couple, you can rent an apartment, and I wish I didn't have that thing there. Rent an apartment, let's say $125 per night. Then you can do 1 day passes to different resort. That's a lot cheaper than booking each resort one at a time. Wait a minute, 125 per night, and then give day passes to different resorts. I don't follow. Are you saying 125 a night is 7 times 125? And then you're saying, but then if you give day passes, you know them day passes aren't cheap. I mean, they're over $100. So for each person, that's $200 for 2 people. So that's gonna be 325 per night. Which, okay, that's cool, I guess, but we're not there yet. In other words, what you need to see is, you need to see on 2-bedroom units, you need to see 2,200, 2,500, 2,800 for a week. When you see that number, then you can do this. Then you can say, okay, I'm going to give it to you for, but then if you charge 125 a night, that's all you're going to get. And in your case, post-retirement travel, you can't charge 125. I mean, you can, but remember, $200,000, 125 a night, occupancy rate 50%. I mean, that's single digits return at the end of the year. So we don't want single digits. You don't want single digits. Okay, I'll give you guys a story. I've told this before. I'm down in Cabo. I stay at Club Cascadas de Baja. Because Club Cascadas de Baja is a hotel timeshare condo. The timeshares, because they have extra units, they sometimes they have 4, 5, 6, 7 units available. So they'll run a special where they'll say the first week, or we have 2 weeks that are like $899 for the week. Okay, so with me, I pretty much go on the special deals where it's, $899 or whatever, $599, whatever. It's all crazy. So I'm staying in the 1-bedroom Perla unit downstairs. They have at their bar area by the pool, they have a jacuzzi that actually attaches to their bar. So you could be in the jacuzzi, and the jacuzzi holds like 10, 12 people under the palapa trees. And so sitting in there, and we're just talking. Hey, how you doing? We went, people are like, I went on the booze cruise, or I went out there fishing for a marlin. I caught a marlin. Everybody's just generally talking. Then all of a sudden, one guy starts it off because he's staying in one of the units. There's only 2 in the building or something like that, that has a pool on the deck, and it overlooks the ocean at the same time. And that unit is like one of the coolest units. So he starts, puffing up, saying, yeah, man, I spent like, I can't remember what he said, $7,000, something like that for the week. And so everybody could understand $1,000 per night, but it's cool, whatever. So then that's when people are sitting in the jacuzzi drinking and nobody really cares because everybody's kind of curious. Well, I got a unit like this unit, and that unit cost me like $895, $1,000 for the week. Then they come around and another guy, $1,200 a week, another guy, 14, another guy. Then they come to me and I said, I'm not going to tell you guys how much I pay. I don't like to talk about money when we're on vacation. So they're like, oh, okay. So they let it slide. The next guy pops up and says whatever his price point is. So now, after more drinks are flowing, now people are curious. Hey, Eric, come on, man. Just tell us what you paid for your unit. I said, I'm staying right here. And one of the guys was there. You're next door to me. He goes, I know. I paid 1,400 and something for the week. I said, okay, let's just say I paid 1,400 for the week. You guys happy? These guys wouldn't let it go. So then I told him, I said, all right. I said, I don't want to hear nothing. I said, if you guys want help on your vacations from now on, then I guess you can come call me. And I said, I'm only paying like $600 for the week. And they were like, what? No way. Are you kidding me? And so from that time on, that's when I'm sitting there like, people call. They're like, because I gave them my numbers. I said, hey, you know what room I'm in? I'll leave my number at the front desk. Just say Eric's room because we didn't have phones. And so I said, but now people are feeling bad because we're staying in the same units and they paid almost double what I paid. So that's why I never like telling people, because there's always going to be somebody that gets, in my opinion, ripped off. And so you make them feel bad now because now they're on vacation. They think they're having a great time, great deal. And then they find out I'm paying like 600 to 1,000 less than them. And we're in the same unit, same place, same time, next door to each other and all this stuff. And it's crazy. So that's why this thing about you. And remember, this place I'm staying is 5-star at the time, 5-star rated, 5-star chef. They come to your room and fix your food. You give them payment. You go get your groceries. They'll come and fix food for you. So it's a cool ass spot. But when they found out how much I paid, they were all in shock. And this is the same thing that's going to happen in the open market right here. When you're trying to do this, we're targeting people because they play golf and they're not going to come there and they go, oh, we spent 2,500, we spent 2,000. Then they find out people are paying a third of the price. They're not going to feel that good because you're going to run into people at the pool, at the bar, at the show, whatever. You'll be like, yeah, I seen you. You're staying at the same place I'm staying at, right? And then and people do this. My place is awesome. You should come over and see it. And then people are like describing, my place looks different. Let me see your place. This actually happens. And so that's why I don't recommend trying to do this Target thing, because when people find out they overpaid, they're just like, I could do the same golf, same thing. And instead of me paying $2,700, I could have paid 800. They'll be like, I'm not going to go through those guys again. I'll just pay the 800 and play golf anyhow, or whatever they're trying to target, But again, I don't value that. You can do a 1-day pass to Margaritaville, Hard Rock, RIU, Barcelona. Yes, you can do 1-day passes all the places, all the all-inclusive. As far as I know, because I checked out a few. The reason why, when we did the SSN Lifestyle Music Festival last year, because get this. This came up actually because the AC Hotel was charging 100 and okay, first of all, it was $99 per night. Our contract. Next thing I know, these guys start going, oh yeah, 28%, da da da. Now it's 134. I'm just like, this is BS. So anyhow, the 134, 10 rooms. All right, that's $1,350 per night for the musicians, right? They're going to be there like 4 nights. And then on the other one, instead of 10 or 11 musicians, there's only 2. But for the total time, we're talking somewhere either 278, I think it was 268, 278, for like 4 nights, or sorry, for 7 nights, and then 10 at 4 nights for $1,400 per night. Accommodations at the AC Hotel. What came up was at the all-inclusive spots, that's when I went in and said, hold on a second. Let me call up the all-inclusive spot because they have their own in-house travel club. And they were like, yeah, you join our travel club, you get 28 nights. So now I started counting down. I was like, they go, if you buy this package for $4,000, then you get like 90 some nights or whatever it was. So then I was like, well, wait a minute, I can actually be in the club and I have enough nights left where I can actually use that because I'm going to be paying over whatever the number was, 7-8 grand for hotel rooms. And so since it was going to cost me the same amount for the beach, that club in-house, I could have gotten that plus an additional 60 nights to use at any one of their resorts around the world. That's the in-house stuff I'm talking about. So I almost bought a membership in the all-inclusive travel club, which includes hotels, the condo hotels that you got going on in DR now. It includes, if you're staying at the resort for the all-inclusive, you had your choice. I almost pulled the trigger on it until I can't remember what happened, until we're talking. And then the guys, all of a sudden, instead of it being 7 grand or 6 grand like it was supposed to be, next thing I know, they said, oh, yeah, and you have these fees every year of 2 grand or something crazy like that. I was like, okay. Then I said, this is a one-time thing. It ain't going to happen again. So at that point, I was trying to use it as a leverage point where I do short-term rentals around the world at these all-inclusives. I could promote myself because they allow you to have guests. So that's when I was like, is it really going to be worth it if I actually do it? And then I was like, nah, I don't want to get involved with these guys really because I generally don't care about the all-inclusives. But being able to offer that, then I'm competing with the all-inclusives and they got special deals a lot of times. So I didn't even run the numbers enough. But as soon as I found out it was an additional $2,500 a year after I had it and all this, I was like, I don't even want to go through this. And then I found out they had some restriction stuff. And I said, wait, you didn't talk about this restriction at first. So then there was days or something. I was like, you know what? Forget that. I'll just do this one time. And now I know it exists and what you guys are doing. So that's why I say I caution you about this. Okay, membership's not included. EV Place, membership's not included. In 2020, 2019, 2018, this is what all the buyers thought. Everybody thought it was. I've got your point, Eric. I assume that with the Universe Project, the membership for owners included. I will confirm it's not included. No, you have to pay $1,000 additional to have a membership at the beach club. Then owners, I believe, can get in for free at the beach club. Post-retirement travel owns it, Counter Rock at the Galaxy. I think they get in for free. But your guest, if you rent, your guests still have to pay the $35 per person, apparently. I thought they got rid of it, but apparently not. And the other factor is you can see right now that you will not be charging $1,200 and getting a high occupancy rate. If you're going to try and charge people, $1,400, you're not going to be getting a high occupancy rate for $200 per night in high season right now. So that puts you in a precarious position as far as, okay, if you think 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you might be able to charge the $250, $300, $350 a night. Okay. But again, at this point, I really don't know. We'll see because they're trying to make Macau special. Right next door is that Moon Palace that's going to be, something spectacular that should bring the values up. But again, the jury's out. They're doing something I've never seen before. They're making condos in a hotel environment, trying to do like condo hotels. This is a concept that I am not a fan of. I am not a fan, especially when all you have is a pool, a fitness room, and maybe even a restaurant. But so what? I need more than that in order to appeal to stay at my condo or my property. I need something. I need some water slides. I need some snack bars. I need some mini marts. I need something. I need some things, a putting green or a mini golf. I need something because otherwise you're just a condo with a pool and you're in a project that is awesome, but how's that going to play out? We don't know. I don't know. And I'm not a fan. And so I was a fan back then when I thought everything was included. I said, oh, this is awesome. They're like, oh, I was like, hey, do we get to use some of the amenities? They're like, oh, yeah, it's part of Hard Rock. I was like, okay. And then 2 years later, we find out, oh, wait a minute. No, we're not. Because I was there 2020. And I'm like, what's happening? 2019, 2020. And I'm like, what's going on? I thought it included it. And I thought 99, 89,000 for the studio, 1 bedrooms. I was like, that's a bargain. And people can use some of the amenities. I didn't think all. I just thought some. Then when it came out that no, you got to pay to get in there to use any of the amenities, I was like, whoa, that's a different ballgame. But yeah, you got to pay, man. Day passes, $87. You got to pay. Yep. I like that. Thanks for sharing stories and advices. Yeah, man, don't get caught up and don't listen to what everybody says because they're selling units. That's what they did in the 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. They told people half truths on a lot of projects in the Dominican Republic. And so just like at Vista Cana, when I was buying Panorama Garden, they altered. They have a Zen Place right now. Zen Place, okay, the whole positioning of the project is different than their renderings. So at Zen Place, I specifically had the unit like 2 or 3 units in where I could actually come out to my patio and see the Zen Place. Sitting on my balcony area, I could see Zen Place. And I could also see the pool that was supposed to be in the middle of the complex, in between our side and then across, I guess probably 100, let's just say it's 50 yards across. Down the way, there were supposed to be pools. So sitting out on the balcony, I could see the pool and I could see Zen Place. So for my guests, if they had kids that were 18, 17, 16, 14, maybe that they allowed to go to the pool, you could sit out and see down at the pool and you'd feel a little comfortable because you can see it's not a blind. You can just see, oh yeah, they're down at the pool, whatever. They didn't create the place like their renderings. And Zen Palace had a question mark if there was supposed to be a pool in front of it with water parkish, those splash pads and things like that. Well, as it turns out, no, they didn't put the pool part there. They put a bigger pool at Zen Place, which is okay. But the fact of the matter is they changed it up a little bit. There was supposed to be like a soccer field with little stands that were, 3, 4, 5 levels high, kind of wrap around on concrete that was shown. It didn't turn out to be that. They put up some goals and some soccer place, and it looks like it's in an open area. And I don't know where it is in there, but it's different than the renderings, right? So you never know what's ultimately going to happen. And unfortunately, so this is why at the time I would be a little disappointed if I still owned it, Panorama Garden, because I'd be like, hey, man, where's them pools at that was supposed to be like down there? I'll be breaking out them renderings like right there. I'm supposed to come out here on my patio. I can see that. And now all of a sudden, the Zen Palace isn't where the renderings were. So now when you're at Panorama Garden, the second or third building in, you can't see the Zen Palace right there. They designed it where Park is there. It's crazy. Panorama Park is lined up where they showed previously that was supposed to be Zen Panorama Garden. Anyhow, those type of things are coming up. And so that is why I don't go for this. We're going to market to certain people. Macau for active. Well, again, caves, buggies, bikes, paintball. Okay, again, you're in a tourist zone. Be very, very careful. Do not try to put a label on anything. Because my thing is, like Macau, for instance, is trying to be upscale. You don't know what these $120,000, $89,000 villas are going to rent for. You don't know if they're on the right side of the freeway, if they're in the correct location where people feel like it's a value for them. You don't know. Maybe it will be a value. They'll say, oh, yeah, it's 200. But keep in mind, when you're staying at that place, all they have is a pool, barbecue. There's no real amenities at these places. So what you're saying is caves, buggies, bikers, paintball, and all that, those are excursions. So people can be anywhere and go on those excursions because every time you walk down the beach, walk down any pathway that's a major traffic area, you have people with their little signs. Hey, man, come here, get on this excursion. So you can go to the excursion. They come pick you up at your hotel. You go there early in the morning or whenever you schedule it. You can go to all those. So the Macau thing doesn't give you any advantage because you're in Macau just to go to the caves, buggies, and all that. That's a paid attraction. Anybody can pay anywhere in Punta Cana to go there. So it's not an advantage unless the places were on your property and you and your owners and your guests get to use them for free, like at Cruise on Land. That would be an advantage when you have buggy rides and roller coaster and all this on site and you get to, that's included when you stay there. That's an advantage. But when you actually have to pay just like everybody else, who cares if I got to get in a free ride down there and it takes me 15 to 20 minutes versus me staying right there 10 minutes away or 5 minutes away? I'm still paying the same excursion price as you are. So it depends on if you like the location or not. So don't get caught up in thinking that you can tell how much you're going to be able to rent something because how close it is to an attraction. This is what Cap Cana is doing to sell Cap Cana. They're telling people, look at all these amenities. And I go, what amenities? You have a water park that you have to pay for. That's not an amenity. So what's the point? I'm like, okay, you have a beach just like everybody else. I mean, that's not an amenity. I'm like, what amenity are you talking about? You got restaurants on the beach. You got restaurants here, there. Okay, like anywhere else. So does that mean I should buy a 2-bedroom condo at Cap Cana for 300 G's because of what amenities? I'm like, those aren't amenities. It's not like, I mean, you have a cenote, fine, still got to pay, just like out in Macau. So what? Those aren't amenities, but they branded themselves as upscale. So people allegedly supposed to get more money, right? Allegedly. Like I said, keep that allegedly in mind. If you have 5,000 units for rent, 5,000 units for rent, that's a 5,800 units for rent in La Altagracia every day, every week. That is not good. That's why we need to worry about how many tourists we get coming every year. We need an increase of 1 million this year. That's going to matter. If all of a sudden tourism stops at 9 million and next year it's 9 million and that's your max, then there's going to be 7,000 units for rent in La Altagracia. And you're not going to have enough tourists to come in, so you can't raise your prices. That's the difference. That's how it works. All right, just to give you an idea. That Moon Palace with Hard Rock next door, that area of Bavaro, Macau, and Michi will transform into something special. Even Hard Rock was expanding with new construction. Yes, that's the idea. That is the idea. That's the idea, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find out. This is a grand experiment in my estimation. The current value of that 140K is 180K. I'm not in fear of lost value. It's not lost value. What's going to happen is your unit is going to go up according to, once the unit is finished, then the price value is going to go up to a certain level. Once they're on the market in real time, after the pre-construction is finished, then you're going to find out the real prices because you're going to have to find buyers of the unit. It's like being in Miami right now. If they have problems like they have in Miami, well, this is a little different, but I'm just using an example. In Miami, they're having homeowners issues right now. So they're having condo prices dropping down. for a lot of units. The pre-construction doesn't fall down because everybody gets, the pre-construction company gets to say, oh yeah, this unit is $1 million. And because it's in phase 2, we add another 500,000. So you got to buy it at 1,500 since people wanted a hot price and they feel that the value is going to go up after the next 2 year, year and a half before it's finished, which it will. They get their equity. But the reality is, if it's in the open market right now and it already was built like 5 to 10 to 15 years ago, you don't have that luxury because everybody's having these crazy special assessments and there's other factors that you don't know about later on. So even though the value of their property went up, now they're finding on the exit that people are saying, forget that because your special assessments is 100,000. And the people who's selling it doesn't want to pay the 100,000 or the 170 or the 250,000. So now they have to reduce their price in order to exit. And now that's a factor. And you don't know what the future holds because the Airbnb and the travel space has not been corrected in the Dominican Republic. Remember, all the travel platforms are getting by scot-free. Soon as they do that 18% ITBUS thing, all these prices have to be 20% more. So whatever was, like I'm looking right now, 725 in Los Corrales, 20% more means another 140, 150 bucks. That means it's going to be 875 now. The guy that's doing this 1,054, his is going to be 1,300 now. And if they add the 10% piece to it, then you're going to be 30% more. That's going to be major. And if you have to give 25% to management or 30% to management, man, that 180 price that you're talking about is not effective. Even if it goes to 200 and something, it doesn't really matter. Because that's only when you exit does the cost of anything count. Only on exit. It doesn't matter. Here's how the story goes. I told people before. In my place, we live in an upscale neighborhood. The guy says, yeah, man, I bought my house for like 550,000. It's worth like 800, 900,000. Oh man, I got $500,000 equity. This is cool. And I would be like, yeah, man, it's awesome, isn't it? And so then I would say, my next question is, are you moving? And he's like, no, I'm not moving. I said, well, then equity doesn't matter. Because if you're not moving, then it's not relevant. Because the only reason equity is relevant is if you go, I purchased this for 550, it's now worth 950. I'm going to make like 400,000, and you're exiting and collecting 400,000. But I always tell everybody here, this is a misnomer. He bought the house for 550 in 2006, 2007. Okay. He's been paying, well, because of our $2,300 a month for the last 10 years. So when you start doing 2,300 times 12, that is 28,000. No, sorry. That's not right. That's like 18,000, something like that. 2,300 plus there's other stuff too, but I won't get into that. Times 12. So for instance, that's $27,600. That's just on, and our HOAs at the time were only like $70, right? They did the front lawn. We had to do the back lawn, but they did the front areas, the hedges, everything out front they did. And everything was beautiful, right? So 27,600 times 10 years. So he paid $276,000. All right. So remember, nobody adds their mortgage payments to their payment, right? They go, oh, I bought it for this. I'm selling it for that. I add everything. I go, wait, our property taxes freaking went up to like 14,000 a year. Yeah, a year. Not it's 14,000 a year. Special assessment of $2,000, $12,000, crazy stuff. So this isn't even taken into consideration. I was like, look at all this money you spent. You're damn right the house should be worth another 400 grand. Look at all this money you spent in 10 years. And the house is still not paid off. So this is insane. This is crazy. You're still going to owe like $400,000. So again, be careful what you wish for. Everything isn't what it appears to be. Here we go. I hate that they don't build as promised as the renders. Exactly. I can understand small changes, but build something totally different. Yeah, the contract should get null and void. Hey, man. Hey, this came up with Primavera 2. This is what happened with Primavera 2. When I told them, when I thought they said, oh, here's the delivery. And then when I went to the space, I started going, well, okay, here's this pool, here's a basketball court. Where's the fitness center? Where's the game room? Here's the renderings. This is what I signed off on. This is what you guys sent me. This is what you said. They're like, oh, no, we're not building that. I'm like, what do you mean you're not building it? Oh, hell no. And that's when things went sideways. Well, it went sideways before that, but then it was, then it was really sideways when I found that out. I was like, that's crazy. You guys are sick with this. So that's why when people ask me about the guys who build Primavera 1, 2, 3, 4, they're like, well, it's a good deal, yes, but I don't trust them. Eric, Macau Villas for early retirement with access to tourists for some small business opportunity. Yeah, I like that. I'd rather turn it into a business opportunity than anything else. I agree with that 100% because that's what I was going to do. I was going to do development and then turn it into one of those tourists. We're going to manage it. We're going to do everything if they wanted to. They had an option. So it wasn't like everybody else where you're locked in or no. It was like, no, we don't have to manage it. But if we manage it, I've been doing this so long, we're going to have an advantage. And you guys are going to have the advantage on what we're doing. So I wasn't worried because we were making upscale luxury property from the get-go with amenities, with the fitness center, with our own game room that's included and all this stuff. So it was going to be totally different than anybody else. Nobody else is going to have that. Where you have the pool tables, the bar in your pool table, game room, lounge with TVs for games when the Super Bowl comes on, soccer events, all this stuff, food and all this, your own locker, all this kind of stuff. I mean, like if you want your own bottle of drinks or whatever you want, you could have your own locker in the game room area, all sweet, sick stuff that is rarely out there. We're going to do that. Plus, you're going to have our rooftop. So then we're going to have live music, but only for the owners. And so therefore, it was going to be exclusive. Beach view on the deck and all that, ocean view on the deck of all this stuff. Yeah, it was going to be sick. Okay, so now that's a little different because now people are like, what's your HOA? Oh, it's only like, they were only going to be like $150 to $200. Okay, so what does that mean? Oh, you're in the club. The fitness center, that's yours. Other people can come off the street and use the fitness center because, we need other people to help pay for it. But the fact is, they don't have to pay for the fitness center. And it wasn't just going to be some bicycles and all that. It was going to actually be heavy, the free weights, the machines, the bikes, arrows for your aerobics, all of that we were going to do. So now when they pay their HOAs, it's all included. The deck, the rooftops, all that, bar, restaurant, all that. You have to pay for your bar and food, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, you want to go up on the deck, ocean view up there, sitting underneath the nice little palapas and do whatever we're gonna put up there. Hey, we have waitress, bring your stuff up. You're on the club. You're in a club, and that's your HOAs. We weren't gonna charge people who are guests. If you're an owner and you rent your place out, your guest is you. So if you want to give them a key to your locker and they can have their own when they're there, okay, we'll take the key back when they're done. And then, we'll handle everything. But again, this is going to be something like what it's supposed to be when you go on vacation, where people have their exclusive uses and not everything is open to the general public and you get to use the space. at no additional charge unless you want to order something. Other than that, if you want to hang out up there because you're there and watch, you know, whatever the views are on this 2,000 square foot deck, so be it. We're not charging you. You're going to pay for your drinks just like everybody else. But if you want to hang out up there, hey, hang out. It's for only the owners and the owner's guests. It's simple. And so now you have it where when people come and they were going to go to Mishi's, now people are going to talk. They're going to be like, hey, man, they got the pool tables. They got the foosball. They even have food in their game room and lounge area. We were watching the soccer. We were watching the football. They hooked us all up and even had lockers for if you want your own special drinks, your own special cigars and all this stuff. We're going to do something special, right? So that's the time that you can do something. All right, just letting you know, there's a way you do things that you can increase the value, and you don't increase values when you're charging people. You can, and I pay the same thing whether I'm in Bavaro or I'm in Macau. I mean, up at Hard Rock or Kana Bay, I still have a condo with a pool. Now, if I want to do anything else, I got to go eat. I can go eat anywhere. It's just like I can be downtown at that point. That's where the problem is. They have to change that. And Sidonia is trying to change that. Jonathan Rodriguez, welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday Night Live Stream. Very happy to see you once again. What's good, SSN fam, is his tagline. Thank you, man. Greatly appreciated. I went overtime today. 3 hours. Oh, my God. We went way over because we're talking about EV Place. He's trying to make his moves. He's making moves. He's going to be an emerging millionaire. After we have this Night Frank talk, he's going to be an emerging millionaire. Why does he win? Because after everything I've said, he bought his unit at the right price. He can't do this at $250,000 and win. He can't do this at $300,000 with these same units and win. He can win if he's paying $140, $99, $57. He can win, even if it is a condo hotel, because I can charge. You can see right here, I can charge $600 a week for a condo hotel in Barbara. That wins. That beats the 0.1% number. That's $50 a night. So as long as I'm around $50, $60 per night, and I bought it for $57, we're good. As long as I can get that 70% occupancy rate, or 68% occupancy rate for the one bedroom, we're more than good. Because 70% is around 20 nights. 20 nights times 50 is what, 1,000? So that's 1,000 a month. That's 12,000 a year. We take, even if we have management, I can do the numbers right now. This is easy. 12,000. We make 12,000. We take away the 12,000, and I'll do times. I'll even do 75. 25%. We're down to 9,000. We do HOAs, which are going to be let's call it 3. We'll call it 150. I'll even take away 1,800, even if it's $3 a square meter. That's down to 7,200. We still haven't got down to 57 yet. And I'll even just be, for giggles and grins, take off another 500. It doesn't really matter because there might be something else, but minus 500. Oh, come on. Jesus. Minus, what the? I have some stuff coming up, popping up. All right. Let's see. Minus 500. 6,700. So if we make 6,700 divided by the purchase price of 5,700, there's a magic number, 11.75%. I like 11.75%. This is why I have the rule of 0.1%. So that means I get to win. I like it. 11%, almost 12% year one, I win. Because year 3 or 4, I get to raise the price. Even if it's not $50 a night, it's going to be 60. So now 60 and still get me a 68% occupancy rate. We're still there. So that's why we're talking about this. This is awesome. 57K penthouse with, oh, wow. Check this out. What a deal. That's a deal right there. That one is a winner. Look at that. 57K penthouse with roof terrace with hot tub. Ocean view should be a little more than 60 per night. Now, since you said ocean view, yes, you have something more than that's a deal. So he's going to be able to get his 68% or better because he has ocean view. See, this is what I'm talking about, EV Place. You're an emerging millionaire. I already know you have multiple units. If you have 4 or 5 units, you're fine at these price points, and you have the ocean view. That's major. You will be getting more than 60 per night. Okay, so you're already ran the numbers. You're going to be in double digits because you should be able to rent that for 75 to 100 per night, quite frankly. So I don't see how you're not going to get 700 for the week. So you're going to be, doing very well, in my opinion. You could do 3 weeks. I mean, you're going to be doing $2,100. So you're almost going to be at around somewhere between 15 to 20% on your first year, in my estimation, based on what I see right now. So if they deliver right now, you can charge 800, 700 for a week. I don't see a problem. It's right here, right now. And these are ordinary units, and you can probably charge 850 to 900 for the week. And you get your 68%, 20 days a month. You win. This is what I love. This one is perfect because you have an advantage. You have a big advantage with the ocean view. Not everybody has ocean view, and not everybody has a 2-bedroom penthouse in Bavaro that's going to have an ocean view. So you have a huge advantage. Where do I find one of them penthouses with roof terrace and ocean view? Are you talking about that's 100? What is that right now? Tell me. I got to go look at Blue Marlin. I couldn't tell you could see the ocean from there. That's the plan. Great job, man. If you got ocean view, it's more than 60 a night. It's more than 60. So you're getting more than 60 on 2 bedrooms right now in Bavaro, Los Corrales. 725, 842, 832 just for 2 bedrooms. So there's no way you're going to be getting 480. You're going to be getting 800. Yeah, only 16% on Airbnb with hot tub. Yeah, there's a reason. I'm not a fan myself. Hot tubs is upkeep. I don't know what you're going to do when people leave and how you're going to clean it and what the cleaning cost is. So that takes away from your profit. So I don't know. I don't know how you drain the water, refill. I don't know the procedure, but it's going to cost you extra maintenance. So that means your price goes up based on that or not. But either way, you're still going to be in the 15 to 20% range first year, which is what's a winner. That's a winner. Because I already checked the Bavaro. If it has ocean view, like Tequesta, they're charging people like $200 per night at their property that has ocean view, but they're on the ocean, though. You walk out and you're at the beach. So, I mean, that's not a problem. So if you get the 12 to 1400 per week, which you could get, I'm not familiar with that unit, how it has ocean view. But if you have that, then you have a huge advantage. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. And let me know. I gotta go. I gotta go look back at Blue Marlin now. You said there was a couple of units left at a higher price, because I know even if you buy it at 100,000 right now, you're still gonna win. So you can get 100 a night. Come on now. Like I said, I'm looking right now. You in Bavaro, they're 842, 837, 832, 725, 1,000, 1,100. I don't see a problem here. No problem whatsoever for a 2-bedroom to get 800 and something and up with an ocean view. I don't see that. That's not a problem. You're going to win. Where I want one now. That's a great price. Let me know. EV Place, hit me up. Support at StopStrugglingNow.com. Support at StopStrugglingNow.com. I got to get in touch with Blue Marlin. I got to know. Now I got to go through the list. We've been talking all night. You told me the price of the ones that were available now. Didn't you say 130? Yeah, 130. You can get 130 right now. $900 for the week. I like that. That works. That works. Hold on, let me see something. 135 times 7. 945. Okay, but the Airbnb fee, it's going to cost 1,000. We can live with the. I can live with 945 or 900 or 850. I can live with that if we get 70% occupancy rate, 20 to 20 units a night. I like that. We can do the numbers right now. Let's just go 850. Sorry. Yeah, 850 times 3. Let's go. Profit 2550 times 12. What's that? 30,000. Okay. Times 0.75. 2295. I don't know the square meters, but let's just call it 24 minus 2400. Okay, that equals 20. So we'll drop it down another, we'll call 20,000, right? Minus 550, I don't know. So we'll call it 20,000 divided by 135,000. 14.8%. Bingo. We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take 14.8%. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking. Oh, and it was fully furnished. Oh my. What's this? What's this right here though? Fully furnished. Where's this at? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got to talk about this Blue Marlin. I didn't know they had units left because the prices were so doggone cheap. That's great, man. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, don't get caught up in the hot tub thing, man. It's expenses. And if it goes bad, you got to pay for the maintenance. It takes away from all this unnecessary money. And again, it doesn't make or break you. This isn't 1985. This is not 2000 when hot tubs were a thing. This isn't 2010. This is after the fact. You're an investor now. Now you have to think about the life expectancy of this hot tub and if it is really a hot tub. Is it a hot tub or a jacuzzi, which is just cold water? That matters. But if it is where you're going to have people using it, how much is it, the expenses for the year every time somebody rents it, and you have a 70% occupancy rate? Think about that. Think about 20 nights, and let's just say 3 times a month at least that you're going to have to change the water. Or, well, I would hope you would change the chemicals or something because you never know. There's going to be oils and lotions and dirt and skin coming off of people and suntan lotions and whatever. So you got to clean up the water every time. And is that going to be a simple matter? I've looked at DR. Rarely do they have any way to drain and refill hot tubs on their terraces. I've rarely seen that. So I'm just saying, is it really worth it? I don't know. I don't think so. I've never thought it was. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to wrap this up. It's 3 hours. I got to get some things handled. So I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Thanks, Eric. I have my strategy, but I appreciate your opinion. We'll stay in touch. Yeah, man. Hit me up, please. Support at stopstrugglingnow.com via email, or if you're in our WhatsApp group, hit me up. But send me the Blue Marlin information, please. If there's 2 units that have ocean view on the roof, please let me know. And let me know what the fully furnished price is. And do you have a picture of what fully furnished looks like? Send it to me, please. All right. So, yeah, thanks, Eric. I have my strategy. Exactly. Everybody has their own strategy they can deal with. That is very true. I just gave my opinion. But just because my opinion is one way, don't forget EV Place has his strategy. When he bought the real estate, he has the way he's going to market it, and he's going to do it a different way. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody can have a different way, and everybody has great results no matter how you do it. But I'm just giving my point of view. And obviously, we can always find out later. And what's happening right now may be different a year or 2 from now. You always have to readjust as time goes on, depending on what the landscape is, what the makeup is of other properties that become part of the area. It all impacts you. And so those are the things you have to keep in mind. When in Las Vegas, I have something at the Holiday and Vacation Club. And when they came with the F1 2 years ago, as it turns out, the F1 comes right by the condo units. It's walking distance to the F1 stands. Now, all of a sudden, during the F1, everybody wants to stay there. And now, instead of just $3.99 or $4.99 for the weekend, I can now charge $6.99 for the weekend on the Friday and Saturday and actually Sunday. $6.99 all 3 days per night. So in 3 nights, you can get almost $700 per night, $2,100 for 3 nights. And since I do timeshare condo hotels, I can have 3 units. So I get premium, high priority. The hotel itself and everybody around there is charging $1,000 per night. I'm good with $6.99 per night. And people want to pay it. It's also by the Sphere now. The Sphere wasn't there before. F1 wasn't there before. So now when the Eagles are coming, which is an old school band, people are hitting me up. Hey, I need the Eagles for these 3 nights or 2 nights. I'm willing to pay $5.99 to $6.49 per night. That's all. I mean, prime time. And that's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. And just like when he has the ocean view, it's the Ocean View penthouses at Blue Marlin were never on the official market. I've got them over the counter. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't remember any ocean views because that's major. Anything that has ocean view is major. You can market that. That's major. You get an extra $100, $200, $300 for the week just because you have ocean view over somebody who does not. Maybe even 500 in some instances or 600. It's crazy. So that's great. And a rooftop too. Win, win, win. I love it. I love it, EV Place. Great job there. Let me know, though, if they have some others since it's over the counter. I need to talk about this, man. I need to find out what the hell's going on. Hey, EV Place, are they finished with Blue Marlin? I mean, are some of the units already there, the rooftops? Let me know. All right, we're going to wrap this up, and I love you guys very much. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much for being here, but make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you come join us at the SSN Lifestyle Punta Cana Investors Forum, May 13th, 14th, and 15th. Go to ssnlifestyle.com or stopstrugglingnow.com and sign up today. You only have a month and a half. Get your airplane tickets. Get them cheap right now. Frontier flies over there. They started doing free bags to have fun with Southwest, who changed their bag fees now. It's kind of funny what they're doing. They're going, oh, yeah, free check bag now. I started laughing. For a limited time only, special prices. So go check that out. Let me know what you guys are thinking out here. And once again, I'm on the mobile phone, so I appreciate you guys. Go down below if you want to get some gear. Go to stopstrugglingnow.com, get some of the gear. That would be greatly appreciated. If you want to do anything else, hit me up. Support at stopstrugglingnow.com. I talked a lot about this tonight. We talked about the tariffs. We talked about what you should be investing in. You have no choice but to build wealth. So we will see what happens. I'm picking up, hopefully at May, other buildings ready. Okay, so hey, please send me support at stopstrugglingnow.com. Please let me know which units you're talking about that are available if you know. And if you don't know, I'll just get in touch with them and figure it out myself. Stay cool. I appreciate that. You too, man. Very nice chatting with you tonight. Thank you so much for being in the house, and congratulations on buying multiple units, exponentials. I love that. You guys know. Why buy 1, 2? If you can get 3 or 4 or 5, that's even better because you'll be able to always have income coming in. If one doesn't work, and let's just say it's what we were talking about at Cana Bay, and then you have the other one working at Bavaro or Los Corrales, then now you go, oh, this one I'm getting 14 to 20%. So then you don't mind if you get 7 or 8% at the other one, because you have to combine, you're doing over 10%. You're doing good, right? And you just started. That's the beauty of it. You got the right prices. You just started. So therefore you have an advantage. So 5 years from now, when prices are 10, 20, 30% more, now you're in the money because you're at 20%. You're at 15 to 20, 25% profit every year. And now you're skating, right? So that's how it works. and your property is relatively new. So they take about 7 to 10 years before you have to start worrying about certain things. But anyhow, thank you everybody for being in the house. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here, and that's why we started this off with the tariffs. You guys know it's going to cost you more money. You have to figure out where you're going to get these extra streams of revenue. Well, tonight we talked about real estate heavily. We talked about early the stock market for dividend investing. We gave you some dividend stocks to go check out for yourself. Then we also started thinking about what about owning a business? So then that way you have additional revenue coming in because you don't know if you're going to have a pension fund coming in, pension money coming in. You don't know if you're going to have Social Security money coming in. You don't know what's going to be happening out here in the next 2 years in America. So get yourself prepared for the worst, because it's probably going to get worse. Just keep that in mind. Stay cool. Thank you. You stay cool. And with all that said, ladies and gentlemen, great talk. Appreciated. Peace. Thank you for being here and listening, man. You know, just giving some advice. I've been doing this for over 30 years in short-term rentals, man. I used to have a travel agency in like the late 80s. I was doing short-term rentals, and that back then, it just turned into officially called short-term rentals. I was always doing that, 3, 4, 7-night rentals or beyond. And so I've been in this game a long time and seen a lot of things. And so far, I've rarely been wrong on a location. And I've picked locations based on what I know. And so people would say, like, we talked about Gatlinburg, right? And people don't understand unless you've actually studied and understand the market. Gatlinburg is great summer, fall for the leave changes. But the rest of the time, if you can get great occupancy the rest of the time, you're golden. But it's hard to get great occupancy for about 8 months of the year, maybe even 7. So you're in a dead zone for like 7 months, 6, 7 months. It's all good in summer and fall, but soon as it changes after that, drops like a cliff on occupancy rates. So people would be like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this. Whistler, Lake Tahoe, things like that. Summertime, high occupancy. Wintertime, high occupancy. But in between, like what's about to come up, April, May, low occupancy. At any time after August 15th, all the way until like December 15th, low occupancy. Right? So your occupancy during 2 times during the year is great, the other time not. So you need to know this, just like in Scottsdale, Arizona, spring training for baseball. Then you got the waste management in February. Then you got the spring training in March. Then you have other events, conventions for health and stuff like that. But February, March, April, until about April 15th, prime time. You can charge crazy prices. If you have a house there, you can charge like $20,000 for for like a week or 10 days. It's crazy. But after that, the cliff falls off. Hot, 120 degrees. Nobody's coming, right? It's not like, you can forget it. And your rental rates are freaking so low, it's ridiculous. So you need to know this. And there's different things for every location. Yet Dominican Republic is an evolving tourist spot, but it cannot evolve if it does not add another 1 million tourists this year and another 1 million tourists next year. Frank Ranieri, 2 months ago, just said what I was saying over a year ago when I said, hey, we need to be at 14 to 15 million tourists in the next 5 years. Just this 2-3 months back on Dominican Today, he says, yeah, we need to get up to 14 million tourists. I already knew the number. And so he finally said something, and everybody listens to the Ranieri family. I don't think we're going to get there after seeing what's been happening just this first part of this year so far. I don't think we're getting at 9.5 tourists this year, and I damn sure don't think we'll get at 10.5. So it's going to be very, very interesting if this stalls out with the amount of tourists that can come to the Dominican Republic. Then that's going to affect everybody who's buying later. Everybody who bought early, you can still live with 40, 50% occupancy, and you have 10,000 units available. That's just going to drop. Your occupancy rate's going to drop. So just keep all that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why you want the price to matter and the amenities to matter. That's what you're going to need. All right, let's wrap it up. Just make sure whatever happens out here, be safe, because a lot of people under stress and duress. And no matter what happens, keep your head up, keep moving, and I'm out.